Yeah.
So, good morning everyone online. Good morning everyone here present physically. This might be a little bit schizophrenic, but I try to divide my attention somehow to everybody, to people here and to people elsewhere. I would like to welcome you all to Symposium Remote Art Practices that is starting now and will be taking place here in Studio Alta in Prague for today. We prepared it together, me and my colleagues from Performance Festival Performance Crossings, namely it's Klaudia Osičková, Petr Dlouhý, and me, Antonín Brinda, from this organizational team. And now I would like to give you some very brief introduction to what we will experience today, what is our topic of today. So let me read a short text. Remote Art Practices Symposium is an open meeting of the community of artists, theoreticians, and audience members affiliated with the medium of performance art. This event aims to introduce methods of collaboration between artists and curators and presentation of works of performance artists in situations when the mobility and possibility of physical participation are limited. This is what is meant under the term remote art practices. In other words, we are interested in this symposium about practices of art and curatorship also that cannot be realized physically in a shared space, but have to be, for one or other reason, realized from a distance remotely. So this is the term remote art practices, which you might hear today a lot. Today's symposium directly responds to the COVID-19 pandemic and the way how it influenced this year's edition of the Performance Crossings Festival in Prague. Because in this edition, international artists could not participate physically. So it was a big difference to the usual way we would organize this festival. Nevertheless, the immobility caused by the pandemic will be in the symposium perceived as only one of the possible factors that prevent artists from traveling and will be discussed together with examples of other causes, such as ecological, political, or economical. And we should also bear in mind that for some artists to perform remotely is not an unfortunate consequence, but rather a conceptual decision. Remote Art Practices Symposium wishes to be a kind of a signpost, an introductory meeting that we hope could help all in the field who are working internationally during the situations of limited mobility. So I hope we will hear, and I believe we will hear some nice, inspiring thoughts today, but our aim is to go beyond only talking and beyond the abstractions, and we would like to offer to ourselves and to everybody who will be listening and speaking today also some practical thoughts or some practical tools maybe, because the virus most likely is not gonna go away so easily, and then there are these other circumstances beyond the virus why people cannot travel or do not want to travel. So I think we need to learn to be with these remote art practices. Do we like it or not? And now I would like to finish, or I finished, and now I would like to pass the word to Claudia, who will speak about the genesis of the Performance Crossings 2020 festival, how we got from the physical festival to distant, more hybrid festival. And after Claudia, Peter will follow with a short introduction of today's schedule, today's program. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Antonio. So the original idea was to make a traditional performance art festival in the sense that artists would come here to Prague and perform here. And when we realized that this simply won't be possible, that the most of the artists who were supposed to perform on performance crossings won't be able to get to Prague due to coronavirus outbreak, we were standing in front of a decision either to cancel the festival and lose all the work which had been done and also one whole year edition, or to do something the result of which won't be really certain. And so after some intensive talking, we and the artist decided that we will go with the second option. And while the whole world was collapsing around us and each country was in a bigger or smaller crisis, we were experiencing this unprecedented situation in the context of what it means for you when you want to do performance art festival. So in this way, I think we were coping with the situation in a quite special way, because I think it required or somehow made people to be quite passive, at least mentally, like, don't do anything, stay at home, be afraid of everything, etc. And instead we were trying to reach its boundaries and explore its limitations and how can you work with such situation, what is possible, what is not. So that was valuable experience, but it had its cost, of course. Some original proposals unfortunately could not happen because their essential component was simply that the artist would come here to Prague and execute a performance in some way. So 5 artists had to cancel their participation in the festival because of this reason. And 23 artists, both from local and international scene, decided to stay in the festival. For some artists, this situation did not change much regarding their proposals because their physical presence was either not a problem, as in the case of local artists, or because they work with mediums which do not require artist physical presence on the site. But for some artists, it was necessary to restore to, for them, alternative approaches which allow the work to happen without their physical presence on the festival site. So it turned out that it can be a sound composition of a certain place or a combination of an artifact and sound, that the artist may be present at site B, and this presence may be mediated in various ways to site B, site A, site B, that the performance can be spread out in the online space, that it can be also the body of the spectator or the body of another performer. This whole process lasted from the first half of March until the first half of June. So for 3 months, we were having Zoom meetings. For a while, it was on a weekly basis. Then we switched to individual calls and writings. Then before the festival, we had our last group meeting, but not exactly, because group meetings were also happening during the festival and after the festival. Our email communication was also quite extensive. We were sending reports from Zoom meetings. We were informing about the coronavirus situation in Czech, and so on. Most of local artists also regularly participated in Zoom calls and experienced the situation together with international artists, although in their case there was no such intervention in their proposals, as their physical participation in the festival was possible. So it was all the nicer that they were experiencing this all with us, and together we were reshaping the festival and how it's gonna happen. So the final outcome of all this was a 3-day-long festival, while 2 days were dedicated to performances of international artists who could not come to Prague, and the last day was dedicated to local artists. So thank you. Yeah.
It's like this child game now. Now, as Antonin already said, I would like to guide you a little bit through the program of today's symposium, which I will do through the shared screen and through the small presentation, which you should see by now. So basically now we are in the block of curatorial opening, which is also an introduction to what we mean by remote practices. And after I go through this schedule, I will pass the word to Tomáš Ruller, who will provide a little bit of a theoretical framing on performance art, on an absence and presence. And then me and Antonin will introduce few of the particular remote practices that were developed and experimented and executed in frame of the festival. And we are also super happy that one of the remote performers, Alex Lota from Berlin, was able to come here today. So he will also provide his point of view on the whole process and his performance. Later on, from directly after the curatorial opening, or let's say introductory platform, we will move towards one research project that is going hand by hand with our festival. It is a documentation process of contemporary performance art provided by Veronika Kyrianova, who works for National Museum, for Archive of National Theater Department of National Museum. So she, together with her colleagues, have prepared a video in which they interviewed several of local and international artists participating at the festival. So they will screen the video with a short introductory speech. After that, we go for a short break, or let's say like 45 minutes of break to kind of rest from the digital presence on Zoom, and also to have some snacks here in Alta. And after that, we move to the first discussion panel, which we dedicated to immobility in performance art. And through Zoom, we will be inviting guest Elias Sin from Belarus, Ogutu Muraya from Kenya, and Marinka Limat from Switzerland. And this panel will be moderated by Martina Petskova-Cherna. In this panel, the artists will share their experiences and stories related to immobility caused from various reasons, not only the current pandemics, but also economical, political, and ecological reasons. After that, we also have a short break to kind of rest a bit, and then we move to another panel called Distinctive Remote Art Practices, in which we would like to present not only like our practice in the symposium, but we decided to also give voice to other festivals, which we find inspiring in the manner how they were dealing in organizing performance art festival during the pandemics. So we will have input from Belarusian festival Work Hard, Play Hard, from a new performance Turku festival in Finland, in Turku, and Festival of Minimal Actions from Vienna, Austria. Later on, we will have another break, and we will finish the symposium by one of the remote performance by Jeremy Bouquet, but called I Hope the Internet Works. But unfortunately, this performance is available only for the participants here in Prague, and it's not possible that it could be broadcasted to you. So maybe we will find a way how to try to at least stream some of the results of the performance, but we can discuss it. Okay, so right now I can, this is the whole for the program, and I would like to pass word to Tomáš Ruller, performance artist, one of the pioneer of the performance art scene in 80s, co-founder of the Academy of Fine Arts in Brno, where he is active till nowadays. So, okay, it's yours, Tomáš.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? As a physical participant in the original performance festival, Now I will present my few short notes as an introductory to the topic from remote position. So I'm switching from physical to remote. I titled my speech in Czech Aura zprostředkování v omezených časech. Omezených mám v uvozovkách. So in English, aura of mediation in limited times, in quotes. Quarantine restrictions due to a viral epidemic, like any restriction on freedom of movement, affect the ways in which art actions are shared. Technologies, strategies, and formats of the transmission of remote mediated performances, as opposed to interactions in physical presence, transform experience. They open up the possibilities of liveness, aura, and attraction in other ways. The coronavirus brought significant restrictions on movement and encounters. This limitation was significantly reflected in the program of this year's Crossings Festival. However, this is not the first time that the art of action has faced a similar limitation. Just as we know from history and the contemporary world, the economic tools of regulation, ideological restrictions, and political persecution, so we also know the various ways and strategies of overcoming them. In the 70s, for example, Czech body art solved the impossibility of free movement and sharing of its activities using mail art strategies. Photo documentation supplemented by brief textual information traveled across the Iron Curtain in the form of ordinary uninsured letters. In example, not as artifacts, but ordinary brief messages. In particular events without an audience have thus shifted to conceptual gestures. In the 80s, the possibility of sharing analog video recordings opened up, and their distribution enabled the re-performances of events in complex audiovisual projections with a time dimension. In the 90s, near real-time image transmission technologies using analog video telephones appeared among artists. The advent of digital technology and internet has gradually brought these possibilities closer to real-time transmissions, until video streaming has become an effective means. Today's widely available communication technologies and social networks thus provide a wide range of possibilities and combinations. However, the general dilemma remains essentially the same. According to Peggy Phelan, the art of performance, based on performance here and now, on the direct co-participation of actors and spectators, defined as immediate interaction in physical presence, cannot be mediated by any medium. Philip Auslander, on the other hand, defends the liveness of the ongoing event in mediated form and the Benjaminian aura of authenticity that live performance, according to Phelan, through mediation loses, Auslander also finds in remediated forms. According to him, a new aura of the current re-performance is created, even if it does not take place in real time. Thus, even new realization in another place and at another time in the form of a record is a kind of re-performance which has its authenticity. However, the re-performance becomes a new work of art. At the last festival, we were able to compare both basic variants. Sorry. While in the domestic section, we had the opportunity to be direct participants in events, in the international section, we relied on various types of mediation, from documentation in the form of various types of objects, fetishes, relics, texts, photographs, and video recordings, de facto remediations, to various variations of technological combinations of mediation in real or delayed time, but always at a distance. So mostly now, but not here, connected, but not together. The distance was then characterized by varying degrees of alienation. Typological classification can be approached in different ways. In example, in terms of content or action and interaction strategies. To capture the basic typology, I now choose the forms of communication. So the first is a text communication via mail, chat, SMS, etc. At first glance, the most alienated, but at the same time, it enables individual and very personal to intimate contact of each co-actor with the performer or initiator of the event. In the feedback, it does not have to take place simultaneously, while by the very act of writing, it engages the participants in the action and can easily activate them up to the position of the actors themselves. It can invert the roles. It also enables the connection of everyone to the network. An example, to create invisible social ties. It leaves the greatest space for imagination and also fiction. The veracity of the messages is almost impossible to verify. Second is communication by voice and sound, singing and music. It can be one way, like a one-way transmission without feedback, but it can easily engage listeners in the action. Having real-time feedback allows for strong emotional experiences of co-participation. Third is live audiovisual streaming. Can remain a one-way performance for a passive audience, but it also allows for feedback. An example, direct participation, which requires a well-tuned balance between projection and capture. Mutually audibility and visibility on both sides of the transmission. There can be even more connected places, so it can be even connected to the network. The fourth is, of course, combination of the mentioned types of communication. This is how, for example, functioned the media ArtNet Piazza Virtuale by Van Gogh TV and Ponton Media Lab at Kassel Documenta in 1992. And now let me conclude with a few examples of performance streaming from my own practice. I will try to share the screen. So the telepresence display from from 1994 is a video performance mediation which started in Post Gallery, Atlanta, USA. It's an analog transmission of performance through AT&T video telephones. From the studio to the gallery, the sound is coming via handset and image were separate. The phone did not even have a video signal output. the sequence of images slowed down at high resolution, and optimum was about 2 frames per second. So here you see the beginning of performance where I communicate through the phone with the gallery from my studio. And this was the only chance to communicate, to have a feedback with the audience through the headset. Here you see how the resolution of analog signal through the regular telephone lines was slow. It looked like maybe broadcasting from the moon, and there was possibility to change the resolution, but the images would slow down, or to reduce resolution and then to have much quicker rhythm of frames. So it is still from time before internet, through analog telephone lines. And in fact, it is not the real-time video broadcasting, but a sequence of static images somewhere on the boundary between between continual screening and sequence. So what is recorded is noise from the gallery where the images were broadcasted. And by the way, the video phone did not have the video output, so we had to shoot the little LCD screen with camera and connect the camera with projector. So that was one example. Then I would share. Oh, sorry. Here is sharing of the video from, I hope it works, from 2009, where there is a feedback effect. The screening from Crossroads Festival in Center of Contemporary Art in Warsaw, and Post Gallery in Los Angeles. The piece was called Piece of Peace for Grotowski, and it's live stream performance bridge. So there is a first stage which is real in the Center of Contemporary Art. Then there is a screen which is showing image from LA, and as we screen the background of the real screen, we get this endless effect of like endless mirror effect in the loop. So we have like shared screen from Warsaw to LA, and we perform together. So I'm performing in front, and then there is performing Khabib Zamani in LA. The problem was that the connection sometimes failed, so there was not a proper continuation of the of the other images, which should show the time passing to the past. I will show just a few examples how this interaction looked. So it's not only real time in these two layers of the streaming projection, but there is also like memory of the past streaming, which turns around the globe, and of course the broadcasting was visible everywhere around the globe, and there is a delay of time how the signal is running around the network. So that's maybe enough of this. And now let's share this video. This shows example we performed together in 2013 from Institute of Intermedia in Prague, and again from Los Angeles ground space, but our connection failed. So we performed in the network together, parallel, and people could follow the performances not mixed together, but separate, parallel. So these are parallel performances shared in internet in real time, but as two parallel screens. So in a way, it was a failure, technological failure, but it opened a new possibility of sharing. Okay. And the last. Where I am. And last. This is broadcasting from 2013 or so, from Node Center in Prague, where in fact I used this streaming to the internet only in one way. Oh, this is a different video, sorry. This is from 2015, and the piece was called A Real Virtual Performance Stage. And it was shared streaming loop at the Prague Quadriennale at the Piazzetta of National Theatre Prague. And here the streaming was open to the internet, but it was open stage for public. So everyone from public could perform with him or herself to the internet. And it was shared in a global network as a real performance stage open for everyone. So these are just very short examples. I think my time is over. Thank you for your attention. That's it. If you have some questions, maybe there will be time for that.
Okay, thank you, Tomasz, for your presentation and also for sharing your practice. I think it's really valuable, and it points out something that I think we are aware of, that we are not developing some new formats in frame of the festival, but we are exploring remote practices that have been with us, I mean, in the art field for many years. And I think now it's also good time maybe to look a little bit in the history of performance art, how artists were working, where maybe the mobility was even more difficult at some points because you didn't have like digital tools and not that many flights and so on and so on. But now I would like to move back to our festival and to provide you at least brief and more or less technical go-through of several of the performances that were executed in frame of the festival. So I will, for this, I will also need a shared screen again. Thank you, Tomasz. So the first performance that I would like to introduce you to is a performance by Ukrainian artist Olesia Onikienko and Anna Kiel called Bubny Voices. The initial idea of the performance was that the two sound artists come about like few days before the festival to Prague and go to the location of Bubny, which is some kind of remote brown field close to the center of the festival, and that they record some soundscapes related to in order to kind of create a sound memory of the place or to reenact the place through sound. When it was kind of certain that the artists won't be able to come, we decided to modify the idea, and we organized an open workshop for a wide public. And in this workshop, Olesia and Anna introduced their methodology in creating soundscapes and collecting soundscapes. They also introduced the audience and interested people into the struggles of their current immobility. And then they invited them to collect the soundscapes for them. So at the end, about 10 people from the workshop went into the brownfield and collected both on professional sound devices, but also on phones or whatever tools they had. And they collected the soundscapes of the location based on their preference, their interpretation of the methodology that was introduced, and so on. After that, they were sending the raw sound files to Olesia and Anna, who were kind of going through them, listening to them, and editing them and making a final composition. At the end, at first point, we were thinking just to make a sound installation of the composition that Olesia and Anna will compose based on the send sound recordings, but then we decided to put it a little bit more performative aspect, and we decided to make a sound walk. So at the end of the day first of the festival, we organizers and a group of audience went to the location where the soundscapes were recorded, and yes, and we went through 3 stations, and in each station, Antonin was reading some kind of descriptions or some instructions that were formulated by the artist, also related to some exercises, how to listen. And after each of this exercise, we were listening one part of the composition. So eventually, the performance work that the process of creation was sort of delegated to other participants who were remote, who were in Prague, and who were collecting the sounds. And later on, it became it got this performative aspect when the people returned back to the area and listened to the sounds where they were recorded. So this is one practice or one format of remote practice that we wanted to introduce you to. The second one was performed or executed by Berlin-based artist Michiasu Furutani called Touching Without Touch. Basically, this performance, in this performance, Furutani wanted to create a score in form of sound instructions, and so based on this score, we contacted one Prague-based artist, Karolina Voleska, who was supposed to be his collaborator to execute and interpret the instructions recorded and played in frame of the performance. I think the contrary between performance by Furutani and Olesia and Anna is that at the point where Olesia and Anna were delegating the process to like a remote audience or participants, Furutani was delegating the kind of output. He was not involving Karolina into the process. He was basically using her as an interpreter or performer to perform this kind of idea that he formulated in form of the score. I think that's it, and I would like to, yes, sorry, we have to be a little bit strict about the time. So I will pass my word to Antonin, who will follow.
Thank you, Peter. Maybe I need my stomach. Let me continue by introducing selected remote participants of the Festival Performance Crossings 2020. I will speak about two persons. First, one of them is Kevin Senant, a French artist based in Brussels, who was presenting in the festival his work Gilles Wells Adventures in two parts. He named them Prologue and Chapter 1. Both of these parts were part of the series of longer virtual performances series dedicated to a fictional character created by Kevin Senant called Gilles Wells. For our purposes of this discussion, the content of the actual performance is not so important, but let me just say that this work implemented elements such as absurdity, humor, or magic. For the presentation of his narrative, Kevin was utilizing digital or online tools such as Facebook, Google Search, or Google Maps, and the entire soundtrack of the performance was created live through freesound.org website. On the website, on the screenshot from the website, from the performance, you can see Kevin, or I mean, you don't see very much, but this situation is when Kevin, through his real Facebook profile of Kevin Senant, was chatting with his fictional profile of Gilles Wells in real time. So just that you would get a little bit feel of like how this performance was funny and mysterious and a little bit confusing. So I think that what is more important for us than the actual content is the principles on which it was based, and that is that the performance was executed live in real time from the artist's flat in Brussels. It had, as I already mentioned, those two parts. First, this is where the screenshot was taken from the first section, when the artist utilized the projector and the smaller monitor, which you can see on the right corner, where he was screening on both of these screens simultaneously. And then the second part was introduced the second day. While the first was taking, let's say, 20 minutes, the second was more like an installative format that took place for several hours. And it was interactive one-on-one, one-with-one performance, where there was only one computer used. So only one person at a time would come and interact with Kevin through the computer. What is important here that relatively sophisticated technology software was used for the execution of the works of both of them when Kevin, through this software, gained access to our computer in Prague. This was particularly important for this second section when the audience members were interacting directly with Kevin, so they could write on the computer or just work and enjoy this environment prepared by Kevin on a desktop, but at the same time he could also change the content in the computer. I'm not sure how clear this is, but let's just say that there was technology involved which goes beyond the classical methods used in streaming, let's say, and this is what the work was based on. Other aspect which is important when I mentioned the stream, so in both cases, in both those installments, it was still a live performance, and that's quite crucial, but a specific type of live performance, because the artist was never seen, neither heard. Like, we couldn't see the actual face of Kevin, or we didn't see him doing any activities. We could see only his activities online only. Different YouTube videos, different sounds, conversation on Facebook. So it was a stream, but quite specific type of streaming. And let me conclude this example of Kevin by saying that the use of stream in this work was chosen for important conceptual reasons. It was a fundamental part of the performance, and not, let's say, vice versa, as we can see nowadays quite often when pieces of performance art are simply put online, put in front of the video, and then screened as a no choice possibility, or as an only choice possibility, that we cannot present our art to the live audience, so we just put a camera and we screen it to our audience. But for Kevin, it would even not be possible to present this work for like in the same room. Like before the pandemic, that's an anecdote for the conclusion, that when he was presenting these works before, he would always have to go to other room to hide himself from the audience. Well, so much about Kevin. My second example will be Lucia Bricco, Italian artist based in Athens, Greece, and her work Situated Position. In this piece, Lucia replaced her absenting body of the performer by a heavy stone. You can see on the picture, maybe it doesn't seem so heavy, but it was quite heavy. You can believe me that. And also, she created a small publication for this work. Over here? Yeah, okay. No, I don't know. So this is a small publication where she describes quite in detail the process of purchasing or borrowing and transporting this stone in Prague, where she couldn't be physically. So basically, it was again us and her friends who were trying to get the stone for her based on her instructions. But of course, instructions are one thing, and then the physical work and the involvement of, I don't know, going somewhere with the car and so on, these practicalities are the other thing which has to be done physically by the curators. So maybe similarly, like what Peter was talking about in relation to Olesia and Anna, here there was some process, kind of creative or organizational process delegated to us in this processuality. So now we have the small publication, we have the stone, but the performance itself also happened live during the festival. It had some duration, again 20-30 minutes, when Lucia was streaming, let's say, or sharing a voice. Now when I would come back to Tomáš Ruller and his classification coming from text to voice to video and so on, so we're on this level of only voice being heard, but performer being otherwise absent. And the audience gathered in the room, surrounded the stone, and then we could listen to a live singing from Greece, from Greek village by Lucia. So I mentioned here that it was some sort of combination of streaming, I mean in the sense of streaming the voice, plus of this object presentation. So it was also some kind of installation taking part there, or that the work was somewhere in between a performance and installation, let's say. And for me, it's also a work which could be seen in at least two levels. That one of those levels is what was happening before and after this whole process of getting the stone, bringing it there, documenting how the stone got there. And this, I put here this small note, is some kind of meta level of like performance which happened, but this performance now got much more extended, not only to 20 minutes, but to several days, several weeks, maybe it's still going on because the publication still exists. Maybe, I don't know now actually, to be honest, where is the stone, but there is still the stone somewhere, and at least in a gallery it stayed for several days. So not only the moment of the live interaction was crucial, or at least for me, even though of course the live interaction was important on other level of sharing this moment together, focusing on a stone, focusing on this intimate experience of hearing somebody. Well, so much from me about Lucia and Kevin, and now we could pass the word to Alex, if you're ready, Alex. Just to remind you, Alex Slota is our other artist, similarly to Lucia, similarly to Kevin, who took part in this year's edition of the festival. And now it's kind of a magic to see him finally live and physically. And he will describe his own remote work, but here with us, we don't have to do it for him, he can do it himself. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi everyone.
Should we put on the number one?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Timer.
I can let you know.
Yeah. Give me.
Okay. So,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, it's good. It's all good. Okay. Again, this problem of being here and there. So looking at the audience here and looking at the screen, I'm always I always just want to look at myself, make sure I look okay. So that's a bit distracting. Okay, so my performance is called, or was called, Today's Specials. And what you see on screen right now is an inspiration for the performance, which was by the Polish duo Kwi Kulik. They were active mid-70s to mid-80s, if I'm not bullshitting you right now. I hope not. And this, the performance you see on the screen, it's a photo documentation. It's called Pomnik bez paszportu, which is roughly translated to a monument without a passport, for 1978. And in this image, their passports were taken away. And they were to travel to Holland for a performance festival, and since their passports were taken away by the authorities, they had to do the performances in Poland, in Sopot. So this was kind of a rough inspiration for what I wanted to do. This idea, again, we were talking about earlier, reasons for not being able to travel. They can be either biological or financial or political, when your passports are taken away or you don't get a visa. So we're just lucky now I'm lucky to live in Europe and be able to come to Prague now. This is a view of the poster that I created here in the gallery in Prague. And the idea behind this performance is to be able to do one-on-one performances for people. So people in Prague would request the performance, and I was in Berlin at the time, and I would do the performance in Berlin. So it was for 2 days, and Friday the 12th of June, and those from 7 to 10:30, and then Saturday it was from 6 to 10 p.m. And I was on the street in Berlin on Warschaustrasse, which is a big main thoroughfare. And so the audience here in Prague had this kind of, I mean, it was a menu essentially of performances that I would do for them. And they were on purpose made quite vague. Because I also wanted to, the only thing that wasn't vague in my mind was the chef's special action. So each day had a certain different special action that I would do, and so yeah, and I'll show two pictures of those, two pieces of documentation. And I was really excited to do, I didn't want to do a live streaming performance, and actually what I was really excited about from the organizers of Performance Crossings that you guys weren't really super excited about, I mean, you weren't against live streaming, but you were hoping to look at other ways of performing from a distance. So I like this, I was excited about this challenge. And so, and I wanted, because for me, live streaming doesn't have the communicative back and forth that a performance does. And I was, so when I came up on this idea, I was quite excited. So to do a one-on-one performance, essentially. And of course, the person, once they got the documentation from me, I'm jumping ahead, excuse me. So an audience member in Prague would text me on any of these text apps, and they would just text me the number of the action they want me to do. And I would perform this action in Berlin, and I would send this person the documentation. So it was photos, some short videos, and also at one point it was because there was a voice action, number 4, someone requested that. So it was a voice recording. So I like this idea of doing a very much a personal one-on-one performance that's also a distance performance. So back, like, let's go to, okay. This is pretty much what was happening most of the time, because this is me waiting. And this performance for me, I mean, it was for 7.5 hours, the 2 days combined, it was me sitting around and waiting. Because in that time, I think I performed about 12 actions. I will get to that in a second. So yeah, this is the main kind of majority of my time was this waiting. And the next day actually was raining, so it's me waiting with an umbrella and a bit cold. So this is an example of the documentation, and this is called, so someone requested a sitting action, so number 1. So, and everything was documented with my phone, obviously, since the audience was communicating with me via phone, so all the documentation was also done on the phone. Yes, I think you get the pause. Okay. And then there was also street action, number 5. It was me crossing the street, but not looking where I was going, but actually looking on the, let's just play it. Looking on the phone as I cross the street. So filming myself in the cars would come from behind me. And I mean, all the actions were relatively deadpan. And this is the walking action. So you can see the mark in the foreground on the ground. So I'm just indicating. So from that point, I walked to the end of the street, and then I returned to the point on the ground, and then I'm pointing to where I walked. Okay, and then this is the chef's special. And on the first day, the chef's special was, I made little tiny red flags. And I found there's a lot of dog shit in this area on Warschaustrasse. A lot of people walk their dogs there, and I just put, if you requested a number 6 for that day, I put a little flag in dog shit for you. So in Prague. And then, oh, I mean, I was really into the dog shit. So here's another very quick video of nighttime dog shit. And I love this, yeah, phone light camera illumination of, it looks like evidence. Well, it is evidence, yeah. Like a crime scene. It looks like a crime scene. Dramatic, very dramatic, yeah. And then there was another, someone again asked for street action, so I changed the street actions, and at this point I walked across a big intersection, so all 4 ways around. And then the second day, the chef's special change, obviously, because those are chef's specials change daily. And on the second day, it was me spray painting like a boot mark in gold paint on the grass. And these were, and for this I did photo documentation. And that is the last chef's special. And then I just have,
It's different. It's in different.
yeah, this is, I just have a different, I have to open.
You need to start the screen sharing.
I need to
You
start.
need to share another screen.
I'm sharing another screen. Okay. But it's open. Where is it? Oh yeah, voila. Okay. Yeah, okay, yes. Yes, thank you. And this is just, I made this list of the things. So this is another part of the documentation. So what I did each day. And as you can see, the chef's special was rather popular on the first day. And that was the most active day. And then day 2, I mean, I did 3 actions in 4 hours. So that was a really interesting day. While waiting with my phone in front of me, I got French fries at a burger place. Then I went to a shop and I had a beer, and then I walked around. So that was for the main thing kind of I learned was waiting and patience. So that gets me to the last part, I think, of what I want to say, because I have 10 seconds right now. Oh my God. The idea that how to engage with an audience that's far away. And I have to also say thank you to the organizers of Performance Crossings for actually engaging with the audience and saying, hey, look, there's a poster, maybe you should call that number. So this problem of engagement, distance engagement, when you're physically not there at the place to look at the audience and make them engage with you. This idea of a poster, black and white poster on the wall, maybe is not so exciting. And you actually need someone or something like maybe some blinking lights, or actually a person saying, you know, you call this number or text this number, maybe someone will do something. So that also made me realize the limitations of kind of my, I'm not a graphic designer and I can't, and maybe the poster wasn't as engaging as it should have been. And but I think that's kind of the problem of a lot of distance performance, is engagement with the audience, because you're not there. Yeah, I think that's it. 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, for your presentation. And with you, we concluded the first first part of our symposium, Remote Art Practices. Now we will continue further with next program. I would like to invite Veronika Kirjanova, theater dramaturgist, interpreter and translator from German language, and also a researcher. Since 2014, working within the theater department of the National Museum in Prague. On the project, or recently on the project, documentation of contemporary performance art or artistic performance. And I think I will pass word to Veronika, and we will also then watch a video.
So, hello everyone, nice to meet you here in the space and also online. So, as Antonín told you, I'm a researcher, external researcher of the theater department of the National Museum in Prague. And next to my own artistic practice. And the last years in the museum, I've tried to found there a kind of archive of independent theater and also performance art projects. My focus and the main interest of these research projects is somehow to document the complex work processes which precede and follow and or surround and frame the art pieces. And in a more extreme way of understanding of these processes, they are actually the pieces themselves. This year, I started a cooperation with Antonín Brinda, and we decided to document the process of designing, theoretical as well as practical preparation of the festival performance crossings, and the realization and reflection of it. During this documentation, we collected various materials which were made and used by the organizers, and which somehow built in their fragments or pieces a white mosaic, which prove about the reality of organizing such a performance art festival. One of the part of the documentation was naturally the COVID-19 pandemic and its influence on the organization of the festival. What actually brought an extra value and an interesting aspect to the whole documentation. In the frame of this complex documentation of the whole festival, we also conducted a series of interviews with chosen artists, which were participating in this year's edition of Performance Crossings. A regularly repeated interview seems to be actually a really good format for documenting the processes going on in contemporary performance art, a part of audiovisual documentation of the performances themselves, because it makes the respondents to name the principles of their creation, to get some statements from them, which they usually avoid to make, and so on. The chosen artists were asked to express statements about their understanding of contemporary performance art. They were asked about their understanding of themselves as performance artists. We asked them about the process of preparation of their pieces or of their performances for this festival. They were also asked about the circumstances, the practical circumstances under which they create. They were asked about potential obstacles or limits of their creation. One of them was naturally then the pandemic. And they were also asked about their motivation, about their aims in performance art, about their aims in their performance art practice, and also about some plans and wishes for the future. And now, in the next half an hour, I would like to show you a cut version from these interviews, combined with extracts from the documentation of the performances presented during the festival. Although I perceive these both two sources as independent ones, which offer various perspectives on the contemporary performance art, and which also present various sources of knowledge about performance art of nowadays. Let me now play the video and let you get a taste of this research project. I only have to apologize that this is not the very final cut version and there are missing, unfortunately, English subtitles by the not English speaking artists. So I hope you will enjoy it, although that fact. Yeah.
Mě hodně zajímá taková ta jako non-stop každodenní performance nějaký osobnosti nebo vizuality. Že si myslím, že praktikuju tak jako performanční přístup k životu a k nějakým utváření toho, jak žiju, jak vypadám, co dělám, proč. Tak to je jakoby jeden směr performance, který vnímám jako důležitý. A tady z té jako každodenní non-stop performance vyhřezávají takový momenty těch akcí, které jsou nějak víc ohraničený, ať už jako časem, prostorem, tématem. My heels are killing me. My shopping's killing me. My ego is killing me. Home sleep is killing me. All people's killing me. Kick drum. Že pro mě je důležitá nějaká práce s emocema a jako s nějakou energií, protože ta performance vytváří pro diváctvo nějaký zážitek. Jakože v ideálním případě, když všechno funguje, tak tam vzniká prostě nějaký energetický pole, který ty lidi sdílí společně. A je jako vlastně možný skrz tohle médium komunikovat různý jako témata, myšlenky, emoce. Vlastně hrozně jako přímo a intenzivně. Já si prostě některý performance, který mě třeba fakt zasáhly, pamatuju roky, jako i 10 let třeba, jako úplně strašně, možná ne přesně, možná jakoby tomu říkám přesně a je to už nějaká interpretace té akce, ale je to třeba, jako pamatuju si nějaký konkrétní emoce, které mi to udělalo a dokážu si je vlastně vyvolat, jo. A to je něco, co mi třeba obrazy nedělají. Pro mě ty performance vycházejí jako většinou z těch situací, dost přímo. Že třeba mám připravený nějaký rekvizity, nějakou masku nebo nějaký kostým, nebo přicházím třeba s nějakou hudbou nebo s nějakou emocí. Že to, že pro mě ta akce znamená něco úplně konkrétního, tak já vlastně nepotřebuji, aby divačka přesně věděla, co já tím myslím. Mně víc přijde mi zajímavější nechat jí ten prostor k tomu, aby si tu akci zpracovala po svém, protože si myslím, že tohle ta performance jako taky umí, že vlastně zrcadlí věci, které se týkají třeba spíš jako, že když spíš tebe jako divačky, než nutně performerky. Já myslím, že příprava pro mě probíhá non-stop a že jako na tu akci má fakt vliv všechno, co se mi děje.
I'm not feeling that I am a performer artist, as well as I'm not thinking that I'm a video artist. I'm just an artist and working. I think so, and working with different medium. I wanted to focus on my non-presence, because I didn't want to to talk in front of people, and also because I started to do performances with internet tools, and also for a different space. It was in 2009 when I started doing this. So basically, like Skype, I think Skype was created people started to use Skype in, I don't know, 2007, something like that. And at the same moment, I discovered a website that is called Omegle, which is kind of the same website as Chatroulette, but without video. So I think it was a moment also when a lot of application software on the internet was made to connect people from different spaces, and it wasn't really complicated to use it. So it was like it became kind of common materials for everyone. So I was thinking, okay, so people are really used to deal with this kind of application and this kind of communication, like Facebook or so. Like, so I include a chat, whatever, and I was feeling that I was I don't know. I wanted to work with this kind of media, and also at this moment when I was in Boston, I really wanted to do performances for my class in Salzburg, but I wasn't there, so I was thinking about a way to do it. So I asked someone to do something for me. So I just had to write a script, and because I wanted to be part of the performance or just to watch it, I created a role for me that was just a viewer that can just watch it. So it was just like, I think at this moment at this period, I think I was building the beginning of my performance world that is quite the same right now, actually. So creating stories and trying to figure out if it's interesting and how we could connect different spaces, maybe. Yeah, I think that stories that are not that stories without a clear cadre. I don't know how to say it. Like, so it's like something that can just and also stories that I can't control totally. I don't like to control everything, even if I'm trying to control a lot. But I'm always hoping that I do something that appears that it's not because of me, but that I will take it and really use it.
Můžeš se prosím krátce představit jméno, datum a místo narození, vzdělání, profese, které působí, jaké osobnosti umělecká činnost na tebe během studia a následujícího vývoje rozhodující vliv. Nazýváš se tebe performerem, proč? To pro tebe se dá performance a ještě tu tak ostatní druhou jak a další performance a měl a vlastnil muzeum institut jako například Kelník, Mít, Marina a Milčová, tak jak jim řekněme třemi.
Moje profese je jakoby profesionální deformance. Snažím se asi, jak jsem říkal, snažím se dosáhnout nějaký pojmenování každé změny ve vědomí, která se odehraje, tak se jim snažím jakoby přesně popsat a pojmenovat, a to se děje na základě teda uchopování jazyka takovým specifickým způsobem, kdy vlastně jakoby ty jeho proměny probíhají tak, že v podstatě třeba snažím se napsat třeba 100krát nějaký slovo s tím, že to slovo nesmí nikdy mít stejný úplně pořadí písmen a ty změny se dějou i na základě pořadí těch jednotlivých slov, takhle prostě vznikne třeba tak jako nějak pojmenuju nějaký mý snažení, který často popíše sebe samotný, ten proces, jako snažím se pojmenovávat to, co pojmenovávám třeba. No. Spíš jak třeba někomu připadám v některých projevech nesrozumitelný, tak často bojuju, i když se to tak nemusí zdát, bojuju třeba za tu srozumitelnost, nebo dříve jsem říkal, jak třeba se někdo snaží různýma způsobama být, teď si budu trochu pořečit, ale snažíš se žít nebo nějak nenormálnit svůj život, tak já mocně třeba někdy bojuju za, jak jsem říkal, tu srozumitelnost nebo za nějakou normalitu svého projevu. No. Nějaké osvobození se od různých pravidel života, který druhý lidi považují za důležitý. No. S tím, že život v té tvorbě je třeba přítomný a spousta těch, třeba já mám takovou představu o umělcích, kteří jsou profesionalizovaní, že oni některé věci prostě záměrně opomenou z toho repertoáru toho života. No. To je taková moje představa, která mi pomáhá že si pak myslím, že to dělám hodně, no, prostě.
Můžeš popsat, jak se tvoje akce většinou vypadají, s jakým ohlasem na své akce se setkáváš, pro koho své akce děláš, kromě sebe, kdo je většinou účastnící tvých akcí, za jakých ty finančních podmínek tvoříš, jaké máš zázemí, jak získáváš podporu, jakou máš motivaci k tvorbě, proč tvoříš performance, kdy se vidíš jako performer a jak za 10 let.
jako vlastně zamýšlet se na to, jak to vůbec provést.
Jak už na tom prostě pracovat nějak.
Jako muselo by se to zase jako celý jakoby rozpitovat jako jednotlivé úseky a už prostě by se s tím muselo pracovat vlastně jako s klasickým scénářem. Já jsem se nějak vrátil sám k sobě a vzal jsem pár rekvizit. My jsme ještě potom s Davidem jako o tom mluvili a ta idea toho jeho scénáře jako se jako vlastně posunula jako v jednom takovým jakoby určitějším jako směru, který vlastně byl zachycený pojmem operace. Takže já jsem se zaměřil jako na tu operaci a připravil jsem jako nějaký operační nástroj.
Já vlastně nevím, do jaké míry dopředu teda říkat teďka, jak třeba ještě konkretizovat tu akci, ale já bych nějak myslím, že bychom chtěli, aby ta akce byla jasně tou operací jako té duše s tím, že bude ta akce pitvou v sobě samotné, skrz ještě nějaký audio, který právě by mělo být spojený s nitrem toho vykuchaného balónu.
Ale jako to, co si teď jako řekl, možná neúplně, pitvání sama sebe. Jako to si myslím, že jako bude to, čeho já se budu držet. Jako jsme se vlastně dohodli na tom, že zveřejníme naši skypovou diskuzi, která bude vlastně zvukovou součástí toho, co se bude dít. Takže se může stát, že tam něco jako bude řečený a kdokoliv z nás na to může i nějakým způsobem reagovat, co se ještě nějak neuvě.
Já myslím, že ta skypová konference v podstatě jakoby vypoví, jak bude tou verzí, která vypoví, jak to nebude nakonec vypadat asi, Ale
zároveň si myslím, že ten skypový sestřih jako by mohl fungovat jako samostatná věc. Úplně.
Já musím říct, že tohle, já jsem ve fázi, kdy se na to těším a nějak zpracovávám ten adrenalin, aby to nějak fungovalo a užívám si to, myslím, že to je víc jakoby připravené než ta loňská akce, že jsme si s tím fakt pohráli. Takže máme tu duši, kterou musí projít, že domluvíme se s ním, jako s ním házem, a to aby to tam může být nějaká projekce, jako na nějaký ten obrovský projekční pršet. Čekal by na ty duše, který bychom tam střílili, Takže on by mohl být v nějakým světle klidně, takový by se tam mohl vysedávat, by mohl být nemocnice, to je takový trénink Maradona, ono se mi tam hodně říká, hlavně v tom posledním dokumentu, že to nedal, že to dal Bůh, to je úžasné. A je to spojené jako právě jako
tím, jako právě s tím vytvořením jako přes tu ruku, že jo. No, že to jako tady ta branka. No, jo, to jako já jsem všichni vždycky mezi těm sedím se vždyčku, co tam stojí. Tak jako to mě prostě jako já nedokážu takhle jako říct, to je prostě jako počítám jako s percístem, jo. Jasně, já vlastně nepotřebuji žádný rekvizity, ale tady jsou
Černá duše Maradona!
Já jsem si představil, že bych se to dokázal nastavit úplně
Diego!
jedna černá, jedna bílá.
Černá bílá! Černá bílá!
Můžu si s tím ještě přesát ten plus. Jaký jsem no. Tak jako to se mi docela líbí. Protože líbí to ani to, jako ty nečudy. A ten text, to vidíme. No, to vezmu a uvidíme, no. Dobře, takže nemůžeš o tom třeba, že bys to třeba předmluvil. Že bys to no, spíš přemýšlím, tak jsem to poslal ještě do videa takový, ne? Ano, takový to, jak se kutávají. No. Takhle ten. To je jako nic, no. Nic je produktor, no. Já jsem si myslel, že to je nějaká taková ta vnitřní, takový vnitřní kteráček, co jako svítějí. Je to reproduktor, takže ten zvuk jde přímo z produktoru, no. Který mění tu ještě na videu to není moc vidět, to je jenom tak, jak jsem to natočil, tak jsem to správně ukázal, ale jinak tolik nesvítí, no. Ale tu občas tam asi něco vysvítne taky, no. Takže jako by to propojení s tím zdrojem a ty mikrofonem je nějak jako přes nějaký no.
So, what is your relation to performance art? Do you consider yourself performers?
Like yes and no, in the sense of not exclusively performance artist. I think in general we would more use the label artist or visual artist, but let's say that it depends of the context and depends of the works. And also, we used to define ourselves, let's say, clearly as performers for the 2.5 first years of our collaboration, where our work was mainly, we were working with performance of the medium and doing live performances. And then in the last 2.5 years, our work became like more conceptual and would manifest or materialize through situations, performances, but also words and objects or installative parts. And therefore, we don't label in this sense ourselves exclusively as performance artists, but for example, the interaction with the audience, the fact that they are like activated, that sometimes they have the role of viewer, but sometimes they have the role of actors, and the whole topic of body and presence is still a main part of our work. So we still, in this sense, relate strongly to performance as a theme, yes.
So somehow, like in one moment, I realized that actually it's going in direction of like a live moment of creation of this painting, what I was considering, and the painting was also coming very strongly influenced from the classical school that I was in. And the project where we met actually was performance project. So this was also for me first time to meet performance and to actually what I was actually doing in the painting do in the performance. So somehow like the terminology changed, but the research was going in the same direction. Yes. And yeah, or I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know, in my case, I somehow started, I was a lot in this digital world of graphic design, and then somehow I felt like the need to work with physical material and haptic and physical things. And I created objects mainly, and then came this moment of the interaction between object and body and the properties of material, and also the meanings given to certain gesture or interaction with object, and this search for what something could also mean besides the first thing that it's supposed to be used for or the definition that it has.
And now when we develop a language in common, almost two, the language also become like a spoken language or verbal language become
written languages
or written as well, become a part of our performances and or works, let's say, and therefore also like the conceptual part got like more present, and this is like somehow in the current situation we are quite into this developing this conceptual part of our practice in combination with this live and body present and visual as well.
Do you consider yourself activists?
Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, of course, like somehow in maybe in the field of art, because like yeah, it's very like somehow like always interfering, and yeah, but for example, when we are speaking about money and the way we are financing our life, and then also come to the art and like all applications for foundations and so on. Also like in last period or in recent works, the kind of dominant theme is actually remuneration of artists and artist salary, and somehow you're trying to create artworks or like situations in which discussion will occur, and somehow like this collective strategies and support and power and kind of brainstorming, and in that sense this is definitely activism in in the field of art.
You can come closer if you want, it's fine.
I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost.
In a way, we already carry some concepts and some things that we know. How do I say it? Like, we agree in a lot of things like views of political things or of life in itself. So we already have some things that we don't have to even discuss.
So we're both very strong about feminism, for example, or we do have strong political views regarding, I don't know,
capitalism.
Yeah, these things. And we do read a lot about it and try to write a lot about it and research even when we're not thinking of a performance. So when the time comes that we actually need to think of a performance, we already know kind of the topics we're into.
Yeah.
So then it's more like getting specific on, and usually it's even the actual what's the word? The actual situation. Like for example, if a protest is happening or some really big political event is happening, or I don't know, these things affect us in a way.
Yeah. So even when we are improvising with sound and we perform with that, we play speeches from manifestations or for feminist speeches, or we mix it up. We always have something that we want to say, something that we want to share about our view of this world. I think there's a lot of instinct in this project. Things just come instinctively, and after we find like why it came. And I think that's how everything happens, even like the performance that we do, how we present ourselves live. It's just the instinct and ourselves going to that, and after figuring out why it came. I don't know.
Yeah, we do a lot of subconsciously choices.
I need it in my life in a personal way, and also I feel that it's so important in society and to have that resource and to make statements in a different way and to change with this useless thing that we do because we need to do it and create something also collective with it. I think it's, I don't know, for me it's the most amazing thing that a person can do.
Yeah, I think for me it was just, I was really happy to find finally something that I really love doing and to find purpose in my life and meaning. And yeah, it became such a big part of my life as well. I think it's all we do and talk about mainly. And also I committed to it as my degree and for the rest of my life, so I think
that's right.
It's, as Valentina said, it's not a choice anymore.
No, you cannot choose it.
But it's a nice choice.
I wouldn't change it.
Считаете ли вы себя перформером? Тяжело ответить, но знаю, что иногда ко мне приходят мысли, с которых можно делать перформансы. Четвертый вопрос. Какова ваша цель в вашем искусстве перформанса? Нет никакой цели. Я хочу от него освободиться. Я работаю так, что я знаю, например, что я должен быть на фестивале перформанса в мае или в июне. С того времени я как бы стараюсь найти настроение и интуитивно ищу какие-то символические связки, которые потом как бы проигрываю в своей голове, и потом это строится в какую-то большую концепцию. Не есть шквал идей, шквал эмоций. Это спокойный процесс. Я думаю, что работа ведется над перформансами в широком понятии. То, что мы читаем, чувствуем, слушаем, это не есть работа, которую можно делать как живопись или скульптура. Это работа более интуитивная. Очень важно для меня есть поэзия, философия, познание мира. Моя работа над перформансом – это своего рода медитация. Это каждодневная память о перформансе, о дате выступления. И это как бы мышление, даже не мышление, а настроение, которое должно быть во время самого перформанса. Моя подготовка – это всегда своего рода неспокойствие, которым я ожидаю. Я помню, что должен выступить, и ожидаю прихода, если можно сказать, идей. Это когда спишь между сном и явью. Все время бдишь, чтобы какая-то идея пришла в голову.
A ještě to, Antoníne, ještě třeba řekni, že potom bude ještě ten live session, že můžeš říct, že poslední video a potom live se. Cože? No není to, není no live.
So this was the end of the video compilation from documentation of Festival Performance Crossings 2020, where remote artists, but also local artists were presenting their works. With this video, we are concluding our first morning section of this symposium on remote art practices. We will now have a lunch break, after which we will return with a panel called Immobility in Performance Art, and later other program. While in this first part, we were more focusing on festival and related activities and performances with the festival. In the second part, we will go more to other examples, and we will go more, yeah, we will go wherever, and we will go there at 30:30. That's the main point, and then we will brief you more. So thanks for being with us, and see you soon.
Have a nice lunch.
Hello, thank you so much for inviting us. We are one part of the Work Hard, Play Hard working group. Me, Alexey, and Oля is
Hello.
here. Unfortunately, we miss another hub, which is Dina Zhuk and Nicolas Pesivtsev. And we are again patients. And at the same time, you find yourself in a very
Hello, Marika. I will pass the seat to Antonin Verges.
And, but now they don't see.
No, they see you. They see this. This is what they see. Okay. Zatím nic neobsah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you see me?
Hello.
Well, the problem that I never
hello?
participate in such conferences, so just tell me what to do. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you well.
Oh, nice.
Hello.
Okay, and Ilya is here also. So
We have Ilya.
I can see you. Now also the other participants, other members of Zoom audience members can hear us and see us as well. But I guess this is the way we now discuss, so kind of openly, but there is no big mystery. This is just a technical rehearsal, let's say. So I think all of us hear each other well. Just Ilya, are you with us, Ilya?
Yes.
Okay.
Will
Good.
we be able to see you as well, or?
Well, so the problem with the camera, I think, yes.
Okay.
I'll try to do something with it. Well, but I think it. Ніж камера не працює тут. No. А як перевірити, як наскільки не працює? Сунуть. Can you Can you see me?
Not yet.
Not yet. Well. Один наладки зума. А покажи, будь ласка. Oh, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, great. So everybody's good, everybody's ready.
Exactly.
We still have 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are there any additional questions you can ask, or you can also write to us?
So, Antonin, just please tell what to do for me not to do.
Tell what to do.
So.
Okay. Well, in about 10 minutes, I should do a very short introduction to our panel, and then I will pass the word to Martina, and she will take over and guide you through. Who will be the first speaker, Martina? It will be Ogutu?
Ilya, I wanted to have Ilya
Yeah.
to start. Yeah, are you okay with that, Ilya?
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Had you chance to read my email, because I had some troubles. Your mailbox refused my email, so I am not sure if you had a chance to read it.
I've got just very short email.
Okay. From Antonin?
Yes, just a moment.
Okay. So maybe you can check quickly if the email was delivered, because there was some problem. Then we would continue with Ogutu. Okay.
Okay.
And then with Marinka. That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
How is the symposium so until now? So Martina and Antonin.
It was really fine. I was just listening, and for me it was really interesting. Like a little bit also a journey to the past, to remote artistic practices in the past, and then some current examples. So how do you feel, Antonin?
Well, I guess you described well what is going on. Yeah, I think that I'm quite happy we had also Tomáš Ruler, whom I see also here now, as now in the audience. He could provide us with this more historical insight that this topic of remote art, it's not like something very new, that it doesn't got birth to it, the internet, or that it's not just the pandemic that is creating this long practice, but that it has been here since a long time. So different people already were trying to do what we are now trying to do. Yeah. And yeah, we spoke more about our festival, which was like a starting point for us, and artists participating in the festival, or some practices that were developed in relation to the festival. And now we will go more to the general direction. I think it's going well so far. Yeah. Technique is on our side, so that's always good. Knock, knock.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Because usually something happens, of course, with the internet connection when the discussion is at the most interesting point. So we will see. Anyway, well, we should focus on mobility or immobility in this panel, but well, I think anyway it's so much connected also with creation and your personal mission that we will touch also other topics probably through your work and creation. So feel free also to make some deviations from the main topic. Anyway, I don't know whether you had a chance to read something about some bios in the symposium leaflet. I am here representing public institutions, so I am coming with another viewpoint from those who are like trying to shape some culture policies and also mobility schemes for artists. So for me, it will be really valuable to hear your position and your thoughts about mobility. So Ilya, your internet is working now?
Yes.
I heard that it was complicated last week, that it was
Yes,
off.
Sure, we had this problem with internet last week after the election, and now some opposition sites are blocked, but well, we have some ways to deal with it. Some
Okay.
VPN and something like that. So
Yeah. And Ogutu, where are you now?
I'm in Nairobi now.
Okay, what's the time?
It's now 2:30. Heading towards 2:30.
So you have you are 1 hour ahead.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not morning or late evening. It's great.
It's a good.
Yeah.
During summer, it's usually 1 hour ahead, and then in the winter, when the time changes, it's 2 hours ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it warm there?
No, this is our quote unquote cold season.
Cold season. Okay. Is it raining?
It's cold and dry. So
dry. Okay.
Yeah. And rains in the highlands, and a bit of snow maybe in the now proper mountain region. But because we're in the equator, we don't experience different time really, because here the sun rises and sets at around the same time.
Yeah.
So the temperatures also don't drop dramatically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the south, then there it's like very cold now.
Wow. Good for you. It's very warm here. It's really hot summer here in Central Europe. So
yeah,
I think we have the last very warm days
okay.
of this summer. I've been to Massa, to Abidjan, I think it was 2 years ago, to the performing arts market. It was my only visit to Africa, but it was really great experience.
Yeah.
The whole performing arts market was interesting.
The chit chat.
Okay.
To je ztracené v těch screenech. Yes, I think now we're just waiting. Okay. A few more minutes and everybody's ready.
Hello, Kutu. Hello, Shin. Hello, Martina. Hello, Marinka. Nice to meet you. I'm Peter from the festival.
We're in different time.
You're in different time zone? Okay,
No, the time zone is the same, but we're slightly in different. Yes, I think the time is now. So let us continue with the second part of our remote art practices symposium. We are here streaming from Prague. Now we have several guests being present online from different parts of the world. We're here with Ogutu Muraya from Nairobi, Kenya, and Marinka Limat from Fribourg, Switzerland, and finally Ilyasin from Minsk, Belarus, and with our moderator Martina Petskova-Cherná from Czech Republic. Before I pass the word to Martina, who is going to moderate this whole first panel of our next session, I would just like to very briefly say what are we going to discuss in this panel, which we named Immobility in Performance Art. And as you could read, or as you can still read, that our impulse for this panel was this restricted mobility created by the COVID pandemic. But we will also discuss more in more broader sense the immobilities, impossibilities of travel international within the artist scene, not only in relation to this virus. And this also led us to the selection of guests who are from different political, different cultural environments. So not only to stay in our European Western bubble, but to expand a little bit more outside of our European territory and to hear voices and stories and experiences of people who have different conditions for their work, and also for, especially in our case, for this international travel. So much from me, and now I would like to ask you, Martina, to follow, please.
Martina, you're muted.
Sorry. Okay, so hello everybody. Thank you, Petra and Antonin, not only for this introduction, but also for this invitation to moderate this part of Remote Art Practices Symposium. As we saw in the morning part, remote practices are not a completely new phenomenon in the artistic creation, but it's true that nowadays we can understand them as a direct response to technological tools and developments offered also for artistic creation. And as it was already said, recently they have been also a direct response to governmental restrictions and social distancing measures introduced because of COVID-19 pandemic. But also it's true that at least in the last years, they have been also a matter of discussion which was following humankind state of arts. Many claim that social change is needed, face-to-face, climate change and other ecological threats caused by human behavior. So this ecological aspect is becoming more and more important in internet, also in artistic international cooperation and cultural mobility. As you saw in the symposium program, our panel is called Immobility in Performance Art. I would argue a bit whether we will talk about immobility really, because personally I have the feeling that the whole pandemic led to an extreme mobility. And I will explain why. In my opinion, we are in a period of extreme mobility of systems. And I am talking from my personal experience because I am coming from a public institution, from the Arts and Theatre Institute in Prague. And although this mobility of system and test of the whole system, for example, of public funding, was frequently a painful process. Me personally, I would assess the whole period from March until nowadays as a very positive, because it was a strong impulse to shake the system of public funding and to change the system, which already before the crisis had been in a way unsustainable and indefensible. I mean, mainly in terms of overproduction and hyperproduction. Given the special measures introduced by governments all over the world, many activities are redefined right now. And international collaboration in the field of arts and cultural mobility is included in all these redefinitions and rethinking of the existing models. Anyway, this is something rather about mobility in terms of thinking and resettlement, but in our panel we should touch the topic of physical mobility. As the organizers of the symposium state in the presentation of this panel, the ongoing coronavirus pandemic limited free movements of peoples across the globe. Nonetheless, already before the health crisis, the freedom of movement was not available to all. The possibility for an individual to travel internationally is limited by their citizenship, wealth, gender, race, age, and many other factors. On the other hand, during recent years, some people are making voluntarily the choice of traveling less for ecological or other reasons. This panel wishes to examine the possibilities or impossibilities of international travel within the performance art field. And according to that, the speakers were chosen. All of them have to do with performance art, and they have various backgrounds and they are coming from different political, economical, and juridical environments. Well, this is for introduction. In a moment, I will give the floor to the speakers. Nevertheless, I would like to address to you, our audience, that of course you have also your chance to comment or ask our guests during this discussion. Please feel free to share your ideas with us via the chat. You will find this tool in your Zoom application, or of course in the last part of the panel, you will have a possibility also to ask or to comment if you wish. I have three wonderful guest speakers here. Malin Kalimat is a performance artist based in Switzerland, and her practice often moves at the limits of the performative realm. She walks long distances by foot in the name of art. She brings her work into the everyday life of people and sees encounters as moments of arts. She studied at the Hochschule der Künste in Bern and the Kunsthochschule in Berlin, Weißensee. Then we have Ilya Sin with us. Ilya is a Belarusian writer and performance artist, or he calls himself Existential Clown. He is member of the performance group Exorcist Gesamtkunstwerk and author of 5 books of transgressive prose. And he is member and co-organizer of hundreds events in Belarus and abroad, such as Performance Festival in Minsk, which is a link also to the Czech.
Not me. Not this one.
And not?
Not performance. It's a very nice festival, but I'm not the organizer of it.
Okay.
It's just Antonin and his beautiful Belarusian friends.
Okay. Anyway, you are winner of several literature awards, and you're also very active in the field of literature, if I am right.
Something like that, yes.
And last but not least, we have Ogutu Muraya here. Ogutu is a writer and theater maker based in Nairobi, in Kenya, whose artistic practice is embedded in the practice of storytelling. He teaches at the Department of Film and Performing Arts at the University in Nairobi. But he also presented his works internationally and studied international relations in Africa and Master in Arts at the Amsterdam University of Arts. Well, this symposium or this discussion is an example of remote practices, because each of us is in another place. Even Ogutu is in another time zone. And as we also don't know each other in person, I would like to start with a little warm up. And I would like to ask Ilya, where are you right now? And what would you associate with mobility and immobility right now in your personal or professional situation?
Right now I'm in Minsk, so probably you know that Minsk now it's a very hot point in Europe. And so it's very difficult question, because if we are speaking about art, we consider different dimensions of mobility or immobility, because our psychical, our mental activity also gives us a new possibility to be mobile. But in fact, Belarus is a closed country with closed borders for nowadays. You cannot go anywhere from this country and get back without any problem, just for coronavirus. So the mobility is very restricted.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ogutu, you are in Nairobi right now. What
Yes.
are your thoughts about mobility or immobility right now related to your professional work or the situation in your country right now?
So I'm based in Nairobi at the moment, and we got our first case in March, and immediately the government went on lockdown. And Nairobi also became a containment zone, which meant that you could not move in or out of the city without permission. And the government also imposed a curfew, initially a dawn to dusk curfew that would start at 7 p.m. that also restricted movement, and also the police implementing this curfew policy was extremely brutal in the beginning. And that incited a lot of anger in people. And now there's slowly like removal of restrictions of movement, but there is still a curfew in place that starts now at 9 p.m. And generally also almost all gatherings have been banned. So as anyone who's working in the cultural field, it's almost impossible to put up any performance or event at the moment. And schools have also been closed as well until next year. So, and the reason it's a bit extreme here, even though our case numbers are still relatively low, we haven't gone into an exponential growth, is because also the medical infrastructure here would not be able to cope if we go into that high level of case numbers. So they kind of reacted early and quickly for this. And for me also, just to add, it was the first time, I would say, during this pandemic period, where Kenya also imposed travel ban on Europe, which is a different, because it's often the other way around. It's often we are the ones who are the subjects of travel restrictions and travel advisories, and this time it flipped.
It's vice versa.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Marinka, where are you right now? It's Saturday afternoon, summertime. What are you doing, and what are your thoughts about mobility or immobility?
Yes, so hello everyone. So I'm based in Fribourg. So it's a part French part, so between French and German part of Switzerland. And actually, so Switzerland, it's so very special because for the first time, so yes, so the country was from March until May, it was so half lockdown, and so the people could go outside, but it wasn't so very so seen. And actually, so the borders are again so open, and the schools also, it was a beginning by school so in June, and now I think so we will see so if it's possible so to make school so as normal, or to have some half classes and digital. So I think so it's very so actual to think about so hybrid, so to have digital and also present classes teaching. And in the cultural field, it's very different, but also for the big festival or so big events, there are nothing so until probably next year. But so in the last few weeks you saw again so some little so yes organization situation, and yes, so but it now in my country just so I got the information that last week there are again so 500 cases, COVID cases, and then the people have to be in quarantine, and so it rise up again, and we will see. So it's but yes, Switzerland is a very privileged country.
Yeah, but I see that the situation is very similar to Czech Republic or other European countries, that still there are some measures valid based on the pandemic, but the situation is on the move according to the numbers of infected people. Okay, thank you. Ilya, you touched a little bit already the political situation in your country. I think that all over the world, people are following the big movement of civil society related to the presidential elections and the results in your country. You mentioned that international mobility is not possible. International travels are on the ban, but what do you see in this whole process of the movement in the society? What do you predict? What will be the next development in your society, and how are artists involved in the whole process?
Well, first of all, I should say that most of the artists are involved just as citizens. So they're not involved as an artist because the art practice of many of us, and me too, are very individual, like, based on some existential themes, but not political one. But as citizens of our country, surely we participate in all this process, in protests, in rallies, and something like that. And it's very difficult to predict something in our situation because we see a symmetrical conflict between society, between between people who have their ideas, who have their principles, and stupid machine of the state. So it's completely asymmetrical conflict, and nowadays nowadays it's very difficult to understand what will occur again and again. But everyone says just one statement, that the situation will never be the same it was before in Belarus, and so it's like a birth of the nation. We can see and we can participate in it, and of course we are very happy about this.
It's interesting that you mention artists as citizens involved in the whole political process. We have a bit similar experience from our country, from the 1989 Velvet Revolution, but also from recent period, because there was a huge solidarity in the whole community when the first anti-COVID governmental measures were introduced. Theaters were involved in distributing social help to elder people, to disabled people when, for example, it was about shopping or the basic needs of them, but also in providing their workshops for sewing protective masks, which were we had the obligation to wear them in public spaces. Do you see a parallel also of this shift from artistic creation to really citizen values in the artistic sector in your country?
Well, in our country, some artists were also involved in this volunteer help to the people who, in the situation of coronavirus, and because our state didn't take necessary measures, so our president just said that there's no any coronavirus, just just someone. So it's not a big problem. No, probably it will be more exact to say. So many people and also artistic collectives, so they also participated in this volunteer movement.
Okay. in Europe, it is discussed a lot that this solidarity or volunteer work artists provided during the pandemic made arts stronger in the whole society. The importance of arts is raising in the society thanks to this whole system crisis, which was revealed during the pandemic. Do you feel that this could be also some important engine in the whole political situation in your country?
Surely to say, I'm not convinced it is in this because in this situation, artists are dealing the same way. They have no any differences from, for example, workers from the plants, from medical workers or other parts of the society. So in some level of our being, of our peasants, we are citizens, and we have to solve the problem of our community as well as other parts of community with no difference of our aesthetical principles or our profession or something like that. Just our common problems, and we have to solve them together.
Mm-hmm. What are your personal plans right now with your cultural events you organize or your creation? What are you able to do right now? What did you have to cancel some events or some actions, or what are your possibilities right now at this very moment?
Surely all of our plans were cancelled. And for us, it's a big problem because we recognize performance as a direct contact with artist and audience very spontaneously as a thing that happens, a process that happens just right now. And it's very difficult for us to find other forms of how to doing it. But still, we decided to make a project, kind of art intervention in a very specific place. We called it a museum of dead senses, of dead ideas. It's an abandoned mansion in the rural territory, which in Soviet times had become like a pension, and it was fulfilled with Soviet sculptures. So, it's like a museum of Soviet sculptures. So a very different sentence, and all of them are thrown away. And now it's like a jungle because it's abandoned for many years. And we plan to make a film. It will be not a performance as well, but it will be a film based on some performance practices. So, and after the situation will be stabilized with politics, so we plan to do it. So surely we are to find some new ways to adaptize to this stressful situation because it's the only way for us, I think.
Mm. What was the situation before COVID and before this current political situation in your country? What were the main obstacles for international mobility and artistic collaboration? Was it still some political issue to relate with artists from other countries, or rather economical reasons like lack of funding, or what was the situation before?
The situation before, well, you see that Belarusian regime, it wasn't a totalitarian regime as someone wants to say, but it was authoritarian, and there were a great level of freedom. So, for example, in the area of art, everything was quite free. But another problem occurred. First of all, it's a problem of funding, because the Belarusian state has no money for culture. The funding is very, very poor, and it's completely impossible to get some funds to go for example, travel grants or something like that to go somewhere to Belarusian artists. It's completely impossible. And another one problem is that all over the world is not very big interest in Belarusian culture. So it's like a kind of provincial culture which cannot speak about it by its own, like, for example, Polish culture which has a very good financial support to promote their culture over the world. Belarusians have no such possibility and have no any interest from all over the world what is doing there. And then also we adapted for this situation and just doing what we want to do with no any hope to be heard some all over the world.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to Nairobi. Ogutu, you said that your country is under lockdown. It's really difficult to organize some live events, gathering of people. So what are your plans or strategies how to deal with this situation in your artistic work?
So mostly it's moving online, really, creating content for online platforms. And initially it started reactionary in the sense of it was just like getting something going. And more it's also now becoming a bit more trying to understand what is this digital space, what are its limitations, what are its aesthetics, and how can we work with it or through it, and keep a conversation going. Also, for Kenya, like the status of the arts is extremely low. So it's not really recognized as a profession, and often artists have to double up and do one or more different jobs in order to survive and get going. So there was no funding. Even the national institutions have almost like spaces for hire. There is no curatorial program. And one of the sort of in a way something that happened is that for the first time also the government recognized that there is a gap in supporting the arts. And they did give a relief fund, which was, for the first time ever, it was very minimal, but it did sort of show a step that is perhaps positive. And maybe there are different groups also who are doing surveys and collecting data and trying to present a case to the Ministry of Culture to be able to establish much more support for the art scene. But it's for sure a difficult time.
Yeah. You mentioned this a bit paradoxical situation that you as African have difficult access to European countries due to various formal and political and bureaucratic restrictions. Now it's vice versa, that there is a ban of international travels to your country due to the pandemic. But going back to your biography, I mentioned that you studied in Amsterdam. What was your motivation to go study abroad? And what is your motivation for international collaboration? What is the need behind it to relate with artists and culture workers from other countries?
Just to say also that this ban on international travel has already been lifted, because Kenya as a country also depend a lot on tourism. And so it could not sustain long restriction, even though it's a sketchy area.
Economy prevailed, health care.
Indeed, indeed. So the motivation to travel initially actually was based on the fact that the Kenyan scene here is often tends to be product driven. Because there is not so much support for the arts, there is not so much time to explore, to doubt, to fail, to experiment, to think more in the times of practice, because you're under subject to very strong market dynamics. So you have to kind of present a product that you can then sell to a public, that you can then make money in order to survive and to cover your basic costs. And it's even then, it's still you still don't gain a livable wage out of it. And so there is often a pressure, this pressure as well, that doesn't give room for experimentation. And I had this desire for myself, and so I wanted to go to. So I applied to go to Das Arts, which is currently Das Theater, part of the Amsterdam University of Arts, and to really spend time there to explore my practice and to deconstruct and break things apart and put them together and find new configurations and really play to create room for play. And it became a very difficult process actually in the end, but because of the restrictions on mobility and movement. Actually, that ended up kind of over this casting a shadow on that practice, and instead of it being playful, actually it turned the opposite. So I became very aware of, because I arrived in 2014, I became very aware of what, and this is mostly in Schengen countries, but it's also all over. It's called the policy of discouragement, which is essentially to make it as hard as possible for one to arrive, and when they arrive, to make it as hard as possible for one to want to stay. And this policy is applied on a spectrum, depending on your arrival procedure. So if you arrived through legal means, you get, quote unquote, the light end of this policy. And if not, you get the dark, worst end, and it was 2014 was also at the height of the migration crisis, which was really a crisis in Europe, because actually, if you look at the data, it shows most people move regionally and not internationally. And so this is something that Europe blew out of proportion in the media and made it a really a situation. So so this also became a shadow for me, and having been there for 5 years and going through that system, eventually decided that the gains of being there and connecting also to this international language and conversation was not worth the fight with this system. So I decided to leave, but also on top of that, I also decided to boycott application of a visa system. And it's because I understand them now as it's really a segregationist policy. It's meant to exclude anyone who's, especially from the global south, and also is based on wealth, health, and intelligence. So if you can't prove any of this, you are rejected by the system. And now, of course, with the coronavirus, on top of the system requiring biometric data and financial data, there will also now be a request for medical data. And this is something also to be wary about moving forward.
Yeah, thank you for this, for you sharing with us this dark side of international mobility. It's really a bit terrifying hearing that, because of course culture mobility usually is connected with the claims like intercultural dialogue and cultural diversity, and what you describe is completely opposite to these nice ideas. Anyway, yeah.
And there's a paradox to that also, indeed, because I remember being a part of a project that is funded by the Ministry of, this was with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Germany. and they were talking about the terms you're using. You know, it's about collaboration, cooperation, intercultural dialogue, and yet when it came to visa applications, artists who are in the exchange program were denied visa. And it was a bit schizophrenic. You're like, but it's the government who's saying that they want this exchange, but it's also the same government that is blocking this exchange. And it's also because to do with that often visa application systems are not under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but under the Ministry of Interior and Security. And they have different agendas.
How did you transform this experience into your practices? You said that you went back to your country. Okay, you are now not applying for visa for international collaboration funding, but what is how do you transform this experience into your practice on the national level?
National meaning within Kenya or international?
Yeah, within Kenya. Yeah.
Okay. So initially, so this was last year in July when I returned, and already what I started to do, I'll start with the international and then come to the national. What I started to do with my projects that were programmed internationally was to begin to work with collaborators to perform my work in my absence. And I started to use a tag which I would call absence as protest. And in each of these performances, the house also had to read a statement about why I was not physically there, and to make the statement that visa on arrival should be a basic right for everyone, not a privilege that is only given to a few. And within the country, within Kenya, I started to also find ways to reconnect with the scene in Nairobi. And the reason that is important also is because there is a tendency, so it's something that when I'm traveling within Europe, I joke about as well, is that when I meet other artists from Africa, where I say that I have seen more work from Africa in Europe than I ever did in Nairobi, than I ever did in Kenya, which means that we're often creating work in order to export it. And that also means that the work is shown there, it's archived there, it's taught there, and to a bit reverse this trend. And it's a very old trade route, you know, and to find more ways of connecting regionally and locally, and to also bring work or exchange here, to have dialogues here. And it's slowly starting to happen.
Mm-hmm. Do you see yourself as an exception, like with this position after your experience in Europe, or do you have other examples of your colleagues in Africa which reacted the same way you did, or they were like looking for their own path, how to digest this experience?
There are cases. I was just recently talking to a friend in Ghana who we are doing a collaboration with, and she also was like, I can't do this travel anymore to Europe or America for that matter. And also it's because even when you're traveling, you're tend to also boxed and pigeonholed in this in this, that your work only then is this post-colonial work or works around migration, and it also limits how the work is read. And so there is, you know, for her, she also said she wants to build this systems in her home country and collaborate more south to south collaboration. And you know, you accept that there are limitations to that. The biggest one, of course, being financial, but also mobility within the African continent is not easy also. I mean, I was in Senegal, and it's easier to go to Europe than it is to go to Senegal, you know, from Nairobi. And even some countries, you often fly out of the continent and then connect back It's crazy, and it's because of and also visa restrictions as well. So it's an issue, and it's not unique to me. There's a lot of people who are facing it and figuring out within their own practices how to make a statement against it, how to protest it, and how to manage it. But it's not, you know, it's a privilege for me to also be able to say that I can leave and exit, because it's not something that everyone can do as well.
Mhm.
That also I have a place to return to as well. It's not something that is given for everyone who's based in Europe
Okay.
as a diaspora.
Thank you. So now we will move to Europe, to Marinka's work. Marinka, you expose yourself to the strange and unknown and choose an open and direct setting to do so. The pilgrimage, artistic pilgrimage in the name of arts. Could you tell us something more about your Kunstpilgerreise, how it sounds in German? You are very dependent on physical mobility in your work. How do you react to the nowadays situation?
Yes, so I have prepared a text, some thoughts about the topic of today, and I will read them if it's okay. And I think so, you know, yes, the whole world has some common problems, and we have to be in face to these problems. And I think so, yes, in Switzerland, so you can fly so easy, you can go everywhere you want, and so, but I see so my responsibility as a person, as a human, as a citizen, and as an artist, so to ask myself, to ask some question about the field, the artistic field, about, yes, the situation. And so I decided so to make this trip. So, and for me it was a research about mobility and proximity also. And I will so, yes, to read, if it's okay. I apologize for my terrible French accent, so, but I'm doing my best, and yes, I haven't had much time to prepare this conversation. So in 2017, I walked about 3,000 kilometers in Europe, also part of Europe, for 163 days by foot in the name of art. I left Kassel in Germany and reached Athens in Greece from April until September. I had a backpack, a tent, technical equipment, clothes, and food. I walked alone most of the time and walked between 20 and 30 kilometers every day. I took passes, roads crossing forest, fields, bridges, villages, and town. So I will show you. This is my, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Fine. So Kassel, Germany, and then so through 9 countries until Greece. And yes. The idea of the project was to carry out a walking trip entitled Kunstpilgerreise, with a clear concept and a precise goal. It's a pilgrimage in the name of art. I used the format of the religious pilgrimage to fit it into the artistic world. Instead of stopping in churches, chapels, cathedrals, monasteries, I stopped in places with art and culture, such as museums, galleries, institutions, centers, with artists and people. I was looking for the exchange, the interaction with these people, these places. I asked them to give me a stamp. I had a passport as a document. And I asked them also to answer one question specific and to bless me in the name of art. So I started this project because I wondered about the phenomena, the trends, the fashions that we know in the world and the system of contemporary art. There are certain places and famous events that capture all the attention. And every year there are pilgrimages to places where something is happening. So people come from the whole world and run around, as is for Compostela, Mecca, or Rome. And I felt like if I didn't go to this or that event, I didn't see this exhibition, that I was missing something. Everyone, or not everyone, but a lot of people, the people who have the means, the people who define what art is or could be, go to events such as the Venice Biennale, at Documenta, Art Basel, and very quickly and easily. So I asked myself, do I have to go to Berlin to be an artist? Is this an obligatory passage in the artistic career? Do I absolutely have to see the Venice Biennale? Do I absolutely have to visit the Documenta? I decided, okay, I'm going to, but I'm going at my own pace. I take the time, I make my own way, and sometimes against the grain, and sometimes I miss the famous event. Tant pis, I give my attention to what's going on in between. What is between two places, between the starting point and the ending point, between two metropoles, between two countries? So this is what I did from 2013 to 2017. I made 3 trips with the same concept, from Switzerland to Berlin, from Switzerland to Venice, and from Kassel to Athens. I will. Yes, again. What is behind these 3 trips? I realize more and more, and especially thanks to the last trip, is my motivation to meet people. Did I use art as a pretext to make these trips that I present as a performance project? Maybe yes, maybe not. Go to meet people, seek interaction, seek to get in touch, create confidence for a moment, one moment, to be close, to exchange, take an interest in the world of my neighbors, meet people to get to know each other better. So, I choose walking as a means of transportation. The movement is very simple, ordinary, human, automatic, basic, almost instinctive, but you have to learn it. We have all been confronted as a child to take our first steps. I chose walking as the easy, free, slow, mundane way. The Swiss people, you know, love to walk. The country is a big hiking map. You don't need hiking maps, just to follow the signs. Walking in Switzerland is one of the most popular leisure activities of many people. We see walking as a hobby, but in fact, walking has always been there as a means of getting around. And until the 19th century, humans moved almost only by walking. When I passed through Germany and Austria, I went unnoticed. It was totally normal to see a person walking with a backpack. And in other countries like Czech Republic, Hungary, Serbia, Kosovo, Macedonia, I was told, the people asked me, why walking? You can go by car. Yes, okay. We don't have the same problems, the same question. And I walk, I take this time, it's luxury. For other people, luxury is being able to get around in other ways, for example, by car or flying. So, I will show you some photos. I chose walking as a means of transportation. Yes. What I'm going to tell you is very so common and trivial and very so simple, but it means for me, to me, essential. Walking is being reduced to little. I have a body, I carry what I need on my back, and what more? What more could I want? When walking, I have a great freedom because I can stop almost anywhere, sneak almost anywhere, go anywhere, except on highways. I needed the simplicity to be able to take all kinds of paths. By walking, we are connected to ourselves. We are confronted with nature, confronted with the weather, with strengths and weaknesses. But especially when you want to meet people, there are no borders. Of course there are borders, but there is no protection between the other person and me. And it is to be at the same A level. There is no protection, no filter in the relationship. It's very direct. And it's to come to the other, to go to the other directly. It's also going to meet a person at a very slow speed, a human speed. Take one step after another. It is to show myself as I am. Moreover, when I've been walking all day and I don't speak the same language, I'm dirty, I'm tired, I'm lost, and I need the other person to carry out my project. So I show me in a certain simplicity and fragility. So walking to meet people was natural and like a logical consequence. And you have, in the word meet, you have to go towards someone. So of course, I, a young Western person, a white woman from one of the richest countries in the world, Switzerland, have privileges. I'm privileged. I realize that I'm conscious and I'm grateful that I made this trip. I received money to make this project. Of course, it was also a lot of work, so organization and energy to explain that this project is artistic, has an importance, and yes. But with a Swiss passport, I don't have to worry about crossing borders. This is often well regarded. Welcome, you are Swiss, welcome. When I think in Kosovo or Serbia, how difficult it is to get a visa, that you have to apply well in advance, and it's time and money. So we don't have the same chances. We are not born with the same playing card. Thanks to the support I received, I was able to walk about 6 months and meet people. But for me, it was a necessity, an emergency, a job. I see it as my responsibility as a person, human and artist. I never used the word ecology to talk about my work before, but they may be links, and I'm thinking of the reduction of means. So, you know, by food, backpack, in the relation of the body, effort, physical, in the relation to oneself, in the learning of the knowledge of oneself and in the knowledge of others, in the relationship with nature. Yes. Yesterday, I heard on a program a young contemporary philosopher who said that things could perhaps become less binary, that the interest of men, animals, and the living as a whole are not necessarily in a constant opposition. He talks about the wonder of proximity, and which would be open to all. He said, consider that everything that surrounds us is not a setting, but to see as a treasure around us. So he said, to dream, you don't have to run around the continents, but if you pay attention, you can transform any potted plant into something extraordinary. This closeness and being amazed by an ordinary person, a common person, but we know that every person is unique and special, but this proximity, I have experienced it during my 3 trips. And this is what I have consciously and unconsciously sought. I looked for closeness to people. Maybe it's easy to be close to people when you are traveling on foot from another culture. You are there just for a moment, a night, a day, so it's intense. And the people can say to you everything, and you are just here for one moment, you are just passing through. Maybe it's easy to be close to the people in this context because there is something exotic about it. Being a woman and traveling alone or foot has advantages and also some risks. Because, you know, so I heard a lot of questions as, are you not afraid? How are you doing? Oh, you know, I have a son. You don't want to marry him. So I have often wondered, so much generosity on the part of all these people who give me their time, meals, food, a bed, gifts, information. And what do I give them in return? What do I bring them? I think now my return was in the time and in the attention I devoted to people. I spent time with them at their place in a simplicity. Perhaps the Kunstpilgerreise also brings an open window, other horizons. You open your door for me and I open myself. 2 strangers live together for a while or for just a moment. Nothing obliges them. Don't expect anything from the other person, just to be with them. It seems very so simple, but the exercise can be complex because we all have prejudice, thoughts, and we must, if we want to approach and live a moment with a person, with a foreigner, then we have so to create trust. And of course, the fact that we don't speak the same language, I can ask myself, yes, are we really so going deep into the relationship? Can we exchange if we don't understand each other? Will the relationship be only superficial? Can communicate it only with the eyes, gestures, to be enough to create confidence? I have a leitmotif in my trip. Life, everything. Welcome everything. Everything that happens on the way, give it its attention. Meeting people at the same height, eye to eye. This is my attitude. And such a trip is only once in your life. So work and share the experience through different means, book, film, action, performance. Yes, share and work. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you.
And perhaps so it's the screening is again normal, so you Yes, so I think about the future. So of course not spatially so of this pandemic, but generally about the future. And I think so, yes, so to less produce, but to make less project, but deep, and so to, yes, to share the experience so with this project, and so to search, seek the proximity everywhere. And yes, of course it's not the same experience. So if you travel, you are on the field with the people, with the culture, and if you are here, you stay here. And but I think so if you are interested so to people, so everyone is very very special and unique. And here in Fribourg or in Switzerland, we have a beautiful mix, yes, cultural diversity. And so, but yes, I'm working on so proximity, and so, and also to rethink about the artistic field in performance art. So here in Switzerland, and to take more risk. It's not so spectacular. It's not so sensational, but it's so like subtle, so invisible, so work.
Well, thank you very much. It was really interesting insight. How, in what extent was it in improvisation, the whole route? What role was there of accidents or unexpected issues during your pilgrimage?
You know, so the road was planned, and yes, so I want really so to reach my goal so in 163 days, but and to have a structure, it gives me so some freedom, because so I have a goal, I have a concept, an idea, and then I can so accept, so welcome everything so on the path, not everything, but so a lot of things. And of course, so you don't know what happened, but it's the project, it's my work, and so, and to search the contact, the relation with the people, and to create so for a moment confidence and trust. And of course there are some uncomfortable so situation, of course, and but it's part of the project. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have still 25 minutes for our panel. Are there right now some comments or questions from the audience you would like to ask or share with the speakers? You can write something into the chat window or speak. No? If not, then I continue with my questions. Thank you for all these insights into your personal and local contexts of your work or of your practices. Going back to the main topic of international mobility or international collaboration and remote practices, which is the main topic of this symposium, it's true that the COVID crisis, but also the environmental global crisis connected us in some way. And many fears, but also some positive hopes are shared through the international cultural community. And well, the fears related with mobility and international collaborations are articulated on political, economical, and also environmental level. All of them were somehow present also in our previous talk. On the level of politics, there is deep fear that the closure of national borders would lead to rise of nationalism in particular countries and to isolation. On the economic level, there is a huge doubt about the future of funding, of public funding, of artistic work and international mobility, because of course the funding shifts from culture to other fields where a lot of money is needed, and we can expect also some economical crisis. And on the level of environmental crisis, you know that for example, European Union shows a very strict shift to greener mobility and greener behavior in artistic production and international collaboration. What, in your opinion, the whole COVID crisis brings for you as an artist, or your artistic ambience and culture ambience? Is it rather something negative related to the topics I've just mentioned? Or do you see also some positive impacts of this whole period which we are experiencing since March in the last month, when we have to rethink and adapt the new conditions under which we are working? Who would like to start? Everyone's smiling.
I'll just say something.
Oh, okay. It was dramatic pause. Yeah.
It's mixed feeling, I think, for me. There is on one level a heightened awareness of inequality that exists globally because of the pandemic, and also and its impact as well, not just globally but also locally. And this awareness now is to us to such a point that it's no longer it's one can no longer willfully ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a desire to find strategies to also not just to see the complexity within it, but not to become overwhelmed by that complexity, to find strategies to work together, to continue collaborating, rather than the reaction of closing, hiding, drawing back borders or bridges. It's actually supposed to be the opposite, to connect. Mm-hmm. So there is, for instance, much more interaction also with, I would say, for instance, I have been able to also see performances now that they are online that I would not have been able to see because I'm not physically present. So there is a different way to also reach audiences, but it cannot be then that that now we're going through that direction. It has to be balanced in a way. Mm-hmm. And also to find ways to undo certain trends that were already there. I don't know if we will get our act together. This is where I doubt. I have questions, because also crisis tends to bring out also the worst in people. Mm-hmm. And also the best. So it's very difficult to gauge.
Okay. Ilya, what do you think?
I
think it's quite difficult to answer your question just because not so much time has passed, and we'll see what will occur. But anyway, I should mention that art process has invisible level which is inside of the artist, you know, and even in the case when everything is changed, everything is not possible, yes, so you can live, you can receive some emotions, some information, and then probably there will be a possibility to make them out. Yes, and so this pose, I think it may be quite useful for many of artists, for many of people who were very active, who did a lot of things with no possibility of reflection, of just with no any time to stop and to think what we are doing, what's going on. And this pose, I think it's very important for artists as well, in this situation or in another situation. So.
Okay.
So I think we'll see what it give to art process, and we'll see it in a year or couple of years. Or
what I would be worried about is the withdrawal of funding from the arts to other areas in the sort of guise of economic comeback and that sort of thing. So the arts, we find the arts being slowly whittled away, excuses being made, you know, or we have to put the funding into this because we need we need people to get back to work. But the realization for us here in Ireland that came to the fore was the value of arts and the value that it brings to people's lives, especially with all the online activity that happened. People saw the value in it, but it's still not transferring into payment. Artists are still working for free. Only recently I was in contact, we have an annual thing here called Culture Night, which is a national program where all galleries, museums, etc. open and people create work, but funding is being touristized, shall we say, rather than, and the artist is not getting paid, even though the artist is still going online or still going to the venue or wherever and performing and doing what they do, you know, they're not getting paid. So this is a big problem, I think. And just recently now with the lack of, with the complacency in the COVID situation, and we have gone into a sort of semi-lockdown in a sense that the restrictions are, you know, stopping public, the guidelines for public gatherings are down to 15 persons. And actually at this moment I should be performing live in my hometown, but had to postpone because of the new restrictions. But yet there was a party of 80 ministers at a golf meeting who didn't do the restrictions and that sort of thing that happened yesterday. We're getting all these conflicting situations, and when they brought in the restrictions for the 5th, and mentioned the 15, this was our Prime Minister, there was total confusion in the arts sector. What about museums, galleries, theaters, etc., etc., etc.? Then they came out and they said, okay, you can have your 50 peoples attend an event. So we're getting all these conflicting numbers and whatever, so people are so confused, they don't know what to do, so hence things are being postponed. That's, you know, it's the lack of understanding from our politicians as to what the arts need and how they should be funded, you know, how artists are struggling. This is the questions they have to answer, and it's like, what's going to happen? I don't know.
Yes, what you mentioned, it's completely the same as in other countries, that this crisis was a huge test for the whole system of public funding, of all the governmental issues. It's true. And what you mentioned about economy, of course, there is a huge risk of all these digital practices being misused for lower funding for arts, because it's much cheaper to relate like this on Zoom than to travel and to collaborate on digital platforms and so on.
Waiting for Facebook coming in the back door during lockdown, and connecting with like the Irish Arts Council, providing funding. What's that about? You know? It's like, you know, and a lot of people objected, a lot of artists objected to the fact that Facebook would do this. They were using it as publicity, obviously. The artist wasn't getting anything out of it, except maybe some funding from the Irish Arts Council. But Facebook was getting away with all this advertising and the whole lot. And generally, Facebook doesn't pay the artist that performs live online. So, you know, we have all these backdoor thingies moving in and, you know, trying to get their tuppence worth, as we call it here, you know, and the artist does his work and or her work, and then is not getting paid. it's like a catch-22 situation, crazy situation.
Okay, thank you. Marinka, would you like to react yet?
Yes, I can. So, something positive. So I see in this crisis and situation is so in my life, short life. So I'm 26, but so I experienced to have the feeling, so we are connected, so the whole world, so experience, live something very special, and so it was, so yes, this common feeling, okay, the whole world, and also so in very concrete ways, very physical, very concrete ways. So we see what is our possibilities. So, you know, when the government will say, okay, now it's lockdown and the schools are closed and so, and then you can imagine, okay, yes, the politics, of course, there are also a lot of power, but to realize and to experience so this situation and to see, okay, it doesn't have to be so always in this in the same situation and so, but it could be, yes, in another way, or it could be different. So, and for me it was something positive also to you know, so to be restricted and limited, and so it could be also positive for the arts, because we have to be creative. We have less, or it's so, and I think in performance we are so used to work with restriction and limitation and so, and also it could be a chance to show the potential of culture and art. And I think also it's the value of art is very asked. So it's mixed feelings. So yes, but I I see the potential so to rethink and so to rethink the whole. But I'm also I have fear about what happened in life. So yes, really. So in a few months or in a few years. So is this crisis so for a long time and I'm not sure. So I think so. Technique is beautiful and it's yes, it's sensational. So to be part of this symposium, we are also in different places and we share so our thought and it's fabulous. But I wonder so for performance and for the life in generally. So if we are only online and digital, I think so. That's my feeling and thought that we will miss something because we are so body. We are a whole universe, and we have to feel the other. And I'm very curious about performance art in this situation. And yes, but it's what I say, it's very so common and simple, but art and the whole world, humanity change so the whole time, and so change, but we have to be forced to change, I think now, or in face. We can't ignore so something like that, and we can ignore them. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are coming to the end of our panel. I would like to thank to our speakers for your will to share with us your opinions, insights, your local context, your personal trajectories, which are behind your daily practices, but also this extraordinary situation which was brought by COVID crisis. Just to wrap up with some ideas from this very last part of the discussion, I think that there are some nice ideas also about the whole situation and some answers also to the questions which were imposed by the organizers of the symposium about mobility or immobility. So the answer is, of course, that it is related to the COVID crisis and political and economical crisis we are living in, and an environmental crisis. The answer are mixed feelings, very unsure feelings about the future. But what I liked was what Ogutu mentioned, the need to balance inequalities. Ilya mentioned the invisible processes which are going on in the field of arts, and we should be sensitive towards them. And Marinka mentioned also this many times experienced process of the fact that restrictions and limitations can be obstacle for artistic creation, but also it can increase its creative potential. And we should fight for the authenticity of arts and emotional response of our audiences. So I think these are some findings from the panel discussion, from this panel discussions we could work further with. I thank you all for your participations, and I give the floor over to Antonin and to the next symposium program. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Martina for being a great moderator of this panel meeting. And I would also like to add my thanks for Ogutu, Marinka, and Ilya for your presence, for your thoughts and presentations. I hope that we will all get something out of this. I'm quite positive about this, or positive. I want to believe in this idea of global connectedness. I hope it's not going to be just some kind of fiction, just empty words, but that it really, this new situation maybe will bring more meetings similar to this. Also that those virtual meetings will eventually lead to physical meetings, because for me, at least personally, it is also irreplaceable, the virtual and the actual encounter. But at least this is something maybe better than nothing, let's say. And for sure, I think that the situation nowadays brings more our attention towards the situation of people maybe elsewhere, which some of us would not see before. Some people from, let's say, these more privileged parts of the world, for example, would just ignore or not being aware. So this is maybe something also good, which is now coming more to everybody's attention, and so on and so forth. I could go on, but maybe it's true we run out of time. It's time to close up and take a break, some 30 minutes. Yeah, I think we're just on time, very good timing. And after that, we will continue with our next panel. So I hope you will also maybe stay with us for the continuation of our program. It's open. I hope we have some more time for discussion, maybe also later. Let's see how it goes, and see you in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Катина, уже с голубцом, поглянь. Котя, спокойно. Трошечки прокрыто, хотя она
Ой, ну можно подумать, все ж таки поменять. Это и все. Ну так а что, о чем не перед зимой?
уже, что Караник будет Бородянский.
Да, справляются. Ну, погляньте. Мне головне уже не поддаваться толпайницким настроем, потому что когда что нагитает, просто
Да, конечно, так я не будем это толпайницким.
Да.
Потому что с такими людьми...
Ну, в принципе,
я не верю, что это только идет. Там собрались все прикорытники, які будуть зніматися.
Ну, так собрались.
Это на помре, там есть Витька, абсолютно темная лошадка.
Нет, там это
ну, а что? Это служба.
нездатные приймати рішення. Вони на це не заточені. Это частка машин. Ось. І вони самі не здатні взяти на себе ніяку відказність і потягнути на себе її. Сформувати повістку. Вот, ну, стати керівником.
Мене дивить, що Караник вовремя не розмовляє з людьми, не вміє розмовляти з людьми. Не верю. Просто... Слухай, я сховаю поки камеру, тобі не потрібно, тому що мало на її вже вміє чути.
То і правильно не розмовляє. Слухай, може зашивлювати що не зараз, а як не...
Давай, доставай. Просто я... Доставай. Я зроблю.
Може, абсолютно грубо там же чим.
Я розумію, давай. Ні, я забула просто встроїти. Да, я бачила.
Грубо, там...
Зараз я чорну закладу.
Чорну закладку, там абсолютно не це саме...
З глибоко і ось так, да? Ті ось так. А, з одного, ось так,
так? Просто закладку і все. І вони будуть нормальні. Я фотографію сам. Ні, ну, ти права, що ти ще рухало. Валяюсь, хлопці.
Ой, що не кидайся, ти готовий. Я бачила, що це буде фото.
Поддержать этому бастующих людей на ПМЗ приехала Мария Колесникова. Может, получилось, когда она встретила не свою массовку, а настоящих рабочих.
Так. Уже, видать, профессионалы по монтажу приехали с оканьем и аканьем, уже умеют. Просто подклали им звуковую дорожку, там и накричали, что Лукашенко уходи.
Я просто ось, ну,
Нет, треба да.
бить, ну, знутри таким.
Нет, ты подсаживаешь уже к наркотики такие.
Не, я гляджу розумних там, з нашого боку, але ось это, ну, я знаю, що треба ведати, я вже прокручуюся, тому що не можу, у меня реакция некая уже неправильная. Ой, пигулки пить. Еще мне, блин, так хочется спать, а я
Hello. Similar to parties, to hackathons, to laboratories, to symposiums, to conferences, where
Okay. Hello, everyone who stayed with us in the afternoon. We are back at the second and last panel of the symposium on remote art practices called Distinctive Remote Art Practices. And in this panel, we want to introduce practice of free, for us, inspiring festivals that are dealing with similar issues. One by one, we will introduce festival Work Hard, Play Hard from Belarus, new performance Turku Festival from Finland, represented by Lena Kela. Hello, Lena. And Festival of Minimal Actions, represented by Thomas Geiger. At first, I would like to read a short abstract to give a little framework for this panel, which we formulated in the preparation phase of the symposium. Restrictions related to the ongoing pandemic forced many cultural events and festivals to forsake or radically transform their established practices and to search for alternate ways of representation of artists and artworks. Limited mobility and occasions of personal encounters became a new challenge and an area for critical reflection to the functioning of the art sector. The panel on distinctive remote art practices, moderated by Performance Crossings curators Antonin Brinda and me, will introduce free inspirational festivals as a spectrum of approaches that outline trajectories dealing with broader geopolitical issues. Belarusian festival Work Hard, Play Hard presents conscious practice with virtual tools and drafts the possibilities of digital interfaces. Finnish new performance Turku Festival structurally reacts on the ecological impact of the international artistic mobility, and Austrian Festival of Minimal Actions displays possibilities of delegate performance. So here's a brief introduction to what you will hear through the representatives of these three festivals. We will now start with the first festival called Work Hard, Play Hard. But unfortunately, the organizers from this festival were not able to participate live on Zoom, as they're traveling and with limited possibilities of reaching the internet connection. So they pre-recorded a video where they introduce their practice and the way how they kind of react to the current issues. And before I play the video, I'm sending to the chat of the Zoom, which you can see below, the website of the festival Work Hard, Play Hard, and please feel free to browse through the website while hearing the voiceover of the organizers, as it's also sort of their wish and instruction how to kind of understand what they mean in their practice. So the link is in the chat, and I'm now starting to play the video.
Hello, thank you so much for inviting us. We are one part of the Work Hard, Play Hard working group. Me, Alexey, and Oля is here. Unfortunately, we miss another hub, which is Dina Zhuk and Nicolas Pesivtsev. And we are again very sorry for joining you in this way, and we can't join the conversation for many reasons, for being in transit, being not so much online these days, and also trying to invest as much time and power for things which are happening in Belarus at the moment, being online. So we are very sorry for that, but we hope that our story, our narrative will make sense for you. So first of all, most probably you don't know what Work Hard, Play Hard is, and I will start with briefly describing what is that. So Work Hard, Play Hard emerged in 2016 as a collective, self-organized platform, collectively organized by 4 of us, and as an event, as a focusing on the issues of knowledge production, cooperation, and most predominantly work and leisure, but also technology acceleration and other things. So as a group, as the organizers of the event, we were focusing on performative and discursive formats, something that we thought is that we lack in Minsk, Belarus so much, and trying to produce annual event which was happening in different temporalities, having different forms, normally as a long week event with many different smaller events, situations, spaces all around Minsk and close to it. So while we talk, we don't have much of images at the moment with us, but a person who is helping with projections now, we kindly ask you to open our website, which is workhardplay.pw, and just browse it, just open it. There are many different pages, many different documentations, images, texts, glossaries, scores, etc. So just browse through it. It will serve as a good illustrative material. So Work Hard, Play Hard was about to happen in Minsk for 5th time this year, this summer, into June and July. And it happened, but it happened not in a normal situation. So we were not present in Minsk, in the city of Minsk, but we operated it in a different temporality, in a different location, in a different way of organizing our collectivity. So
maybe you can say how it normally looked like.
So basically, years before being present in Minsk, Belarus was something very important. So none of us at the moment, but also before, not every one of us were based in Minsk. So being in Minsk and inviting our friends and colleagues to come to Minsk and both discuss those emergent issues connected to work and leisure landscape in Belarus, but also generally in Eastern Europe, were very important. And we were taking different formats, sometimes more similar to parties, to hackathons, to laboratories, to symposiums, to conferences, where actually the production of knowledge is very tightly connected to the production of kind of aesthetic production, to artistic practices, but also in a very general and generative way. So yeah, and that this year was very different from previous years.
Should I go? Yeah, for us it was a hard question what to do with Work Hard, Play Hard this year, because as Alexei said, normally it's very important that we all gather in Minsk, but also a lot of people come. Like we have a lot of guests from all around, mostly from the Eastern Europe, and it became clear that first the only thing became clear is that we do not know what will happen, and we can't really plan anything. And our call this year was based on the method of abduction. That is, we're working together on trying to predict how things will develop, but till the very end, we do not know how will it be, but we're kind of creating this like speculation or development together, and this uncertainty is something which is productive for all of us. But in the end, it was clear. It became clear that we cannot gather in Minsk. But for us, it was important not to cancel, the event, but to keep the connections which have been developing all these years, and also because the Hapa emerged from the desire to do something collectively, we still had this urge to unite, especially in this time when everyone is so separated geographically. And many people are in vulnerable position. So for us, it was really important to show this support to each other and still try to be together, however, on the distance. So that is why also we do not call our event online, an online one, but rather the event that happened at the distance. In different physical spaces, which might be dispersed, but still we tried to be connected through various tools. And so in this edition there were different meaningful points for us. One is this state of uncertainty and gaps and fractures and failures, which we tried to accommodate, to become friends with them, and also the issue of infrastructure, which is based not only on different technical tools, on economies and spaces, but also on these interpersonal connections, which we call intimate infrastructures. As we normally distribute our invitation call through emailing list, which we collect from our friends and friends of friends and people who are interested. We call it closed call, not open call. And this invitation is free to circulate between your networks further. So this year we decided to write the invitation in form of letters, which are being sent from the future. Which reflected this state of uncertainty about the future, which we all faced, but also we wanted to be very open and sincere with everyone, and that's why this very direct form of address as a letter felt meaningful for us. And each letter invited people to join one slot, which opened for a certain period of time. The first slot was called Slot of Flickering Co-Presence, which invited people to suggest scores, movement scores, or any music, any other kind of scores, exercises, scripts for collective performance, which could be practiced simultaneously or individually at the distance. Those instructions, I quote, proposed as a practice of dispersed collectivity, as a choir, as a chorus of gestures, as an attempt to find the possibility of co-living. The other slot was called a slot of broken temporality. You know that something happens to time. It sparkles, overheats, leaks, and disconnects. Alarm clocks are tickling according to their own calendars through a myriad of ringtones, redistributing the streams of conventional time shared between us. And this time slot invited to include different time values and addressed chronopolitics. And here for us was important the ideas developed by feminist and decolonial scholars Neda Atanasovsky and Kalinde Vora, who invited to see post-socialism through a queer temporality. Which questioned relations with historical past and invited to experience unexpected connections that would resist normative or linear concepts of time. The third slot was called Test, 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 and there we invited people to test basically different formats, different tools, different frames, and to occupy maybe familiar technologies, hijack them, and create different ways of inhabiting them. Then there was a slot of uncertainties, and where we addressed the fact that from any point of time we are addressing you, we don't know how the situation will unfold in the future. This slot was a collective mapping of uncertainties, risk, volatility, and blur, memory loss, flux, chaos, dance of statistical errors. And then the final slot emerged, which was called underwater slot, and it was something in between LARP, live action role play, or dating app, and basically we wanted to allow people to still have some more intense and intimate connections during the event, even though we're all dispersed in the space. And basically we invited people to fill in the form where they would state would they like to have support, or they would like to provide support, or they are open for everything. And then we connected people on the basis of their replies and invited them to stay in contact during this week and a half and do whatever they want, communicate, maybe join the program together. Yeah.
And I will add a few words about how actually it looked like, what actually has happened during that week. And actually, as time was in a way queer, so the week was like we exceed the notion of calendar week. So many things were happening also before, but also after, and perhaps they will happen in the future or in the past again. So it was not a strict notion of like linear week. Basically, in order to keep the collectivity flows in a very different ways, but also not dispersing through the flux of the internet, we stopped our attention for the application which is called Discord, which many of you might be familiar with. It's basically an application for gamers, to create their keens, to create their teams, to create their gangs, and to support their collectivity, to support their ideas on how organizing a group might look like, which in our case was open to anyone to join in, and was divided into several text channels and voice channels, which we used for different kinds of situations, which were happening both online, but also were happening or actually still happening in the frame of this application. This application allows to keep these chat stories, to keep the chats going on. So basically, it does not produce the same temporality as, for example, meeting in Skype, in Telegram, or something, or Messenger, which is disrupted, and then it's not possible to come back to her. And in our situation, we were able to have those places for discussions, something in between chats and forums and something else, to keep these things floating. Besides that, so that was used as a main, let's say, organizational tool. And besides that, we had different situations which were happening, also which were producing different temporalities. First of all, of course, when you hear that the festival is happening online or even at a distance, you can imagine that there are many online activities, as for example now this one happening via screen of laptop or projector or whatever. Of course, we also had that, and we had few performances, we had few discussions, we had few online situations of different kind, based on conversation or performance, but at the same time we were trying to keep those ones as minimum as possible. So we had days where nothing like that was happening, and we also had a few days where maybe for 1 hour or 2 hours something was going on online through video or voice or text channel. So we had screen. The other thing which was not, which didn't require online presence was a virtual library where we collected entries, audio, video, and posters, audio-video works and posters, which were present and available through all over the time, that something around the week. and some of them are available also till now, and they were available for screening and for watching anytime. As Oля already mentioned, we had a collection of scores, which was very important for us, and we had specific days where we were trying to do them collectively, and kind of this navigation of what we do, how we do, was actually operated inside of this Discord channels, but they are available as those scores are available as text, as images, as videos. So this collection is actually available till now. So big part of this Work Hard Play Hard this year was actually try to test, to perform, to practice those scores which were submitted, proposed by different artists, cultural workers, organizers, etc. And besides that, we had, as Ola already mentioned, underwater slot, which was actually a very nice and interesting channel to not to have this kind of weird general field of collectivity where in theory everyone can act in a similar way, have enough of attention, have enough of energy and other kind of situations, but that one was focused on very personal communications between people and sometimes other entities which were part of this network and were connected through code which we wrote, because at the end there were quite many people who joined it and it was quite hard to operate it manually. So around 70 people took part in that situation and were able to communicate with each other through personal channels in Telegram mostly, and according to one of the protocols, very general, very flexible, but also kind of pushing participants to experience this much, something which we would call like effective situation, effective collectivity.
Yeah, and there are traces of those interactions on our Instagram account, Work Hard Play. You can see some traces left, because normally the Instagram is collective one. All participants get login and they can post whatever they want.
Mm-hmm. So, and maybe also a few words about the situation now in Belarus, which is actually very funny. I just say one word and then maybe you can join. I think that this year is very special and very weird to the respect of actually for performance, for collectivity, for situations where it is important to have a body close to you, a collective of bodies close to you. And surprisingly, now, as far as we are not in Minsk, where this very intense political situation is happening now at the moment, somehow I found myself in a strange situation of actually feeling very similarly to what I experienced during Work Hard Play Hard this year and what is happening now. Being at a distance means that all part of my or our communication with friends, with comrades, with families are happening through online screen. It kind of operates through different channels, not this time not in Discord, but Telegram and a variety of other applications. And at the same time, you find yourself in a very weird situation of belonging and alienation, of being able to help, but also being not able to help immediately. There is no this physical immediacy between bodies. This effect and response and attention maybe is not shared to the same degree as if you would be there. So it's actually, for me, in a very bodily sense, the situation is very similar.
Yeah. So now it is really a very intense and key moment in Belarus, because as you might heard, many state enterprises went on strike completely or partially, or they just joined the protest in different ways. And there are different kinds of institutions. Some of them are cultural institutions, but also the most maybe dangerous for the government are the industrial and agricultural enterprises, and now it is really the moment when it's probably up to them, up to the workers of those factories, if they could continue the strike, and that would be like the most dangerous for the current political regime. And with work hard, play hard, our main focus is actually the changing landscape of work and leisure in post-socialist and Eastern European countries, and it actually was initiated as a reaction also on the attempt to change the existing law about working rights, labor rights, when the tax on social parasitism, so-called, was introduced by the government, when officially you were not allowed to be unemployed, and then you would be forced to pay a special tax. So yeah, we are following closely the strike movement in Belarus, and if you would like to support it, there is a fund to support strikers, and also different informational channels to follow about the situation. Thank you. Would you like to add something?
Thank you very much for listening to us in this version. We are very happy to continue and to go on with conversation in different formats. So please, yeah, you can find our contacts on our website or social networks. So thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you for going on with the dialogue here, and we are hope to contribute to these discussions on what performance and what politics are actually might mean in this context. And I would just also join, please support the strike movement in Belarus, please support Belarusian workers. Now we say that the future of post-socialism is at stake in Belarus now. So please stay updated.
Yes, and we hope that the discussions will be really fruitful, and we're sorry to miss it, but have a great time together, and we hope to stay in touch.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I would like to thank virtually to Work Hard, Play Hard collective for their inspiring introduction and also to see how they interlink politics and ecologies and okay, sorry, I was just speaking super quiet. It's also becoming a little bit tired. Yeah, I just wanted to thank to Work Hard, Play Hard collective for their speech and for their kind of impulses that connect like political, ecological, and economical issues and are able to transfer them into something, for me, it's really inspiring. And now I would like to pass word to Lena Kela, who is main organizer, director of New Performance Festival Turku, and she would like to, yeah, she would introduce the festival. Okay, so I pass you the word. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, hey, thank you, and I hope you all are still in good energy in listening. Maybe if not, it could be good to stand up and move a bit if you feel tired at this time of the day. So my name is Lena Kela. I'm also a performance artist myself, and I participated in this year's Performance Crossings Festival with my remote performance. So I also experienced the festival from that perspective. But now I'm going to talk to you organized in the city of Turku, which is the third largest city in Finland. And so I will just briefly introduce, and thank you for putting up the address there. So it's also feel free to browse the website while I'm talking. So I'll just briefly introduce the festival, and then I talk about our this year. So basically the festival is going to happen in 2 weeks. So we are living in quite exciting times at the moment. So we started the New Performance Turku Festival in 2012. So this is our 9th edition. And when starting the festival, our aim was to build a scene for performance art in Turku, and our aim was also to make performance art as a phenomena in Turku. So we wanted everyone to know what this art form is about. We programmed performance art and other unusual experiences. This was our way to already expand a bit the notion of how do we understand performance art. We have also been programming kind of the borders between dance and performance art theater and performance art writing, etc. And we don't have any venue ourselves, so we are located around the city. We always react to the ideas that the artists have, and or not always, or we aim to react to the ideas that artists have, and curate. When curating the artist and the work, then also selecting the place according to the plan of the artist. And one maybe characteristic for us is also that we do a lot of collaborations. We have artists collaborating with scientists. We, as a festival, we collaborate with other institutions, universities, and museums and theaters and galleries, etc. So this notion of collaboration is important in our practice. And then last year, our festival was organized under the theme of futures. And year before that, we had the theme of post. So we've been interested in looking at the different, or kind of like looking at the change and how performance art could be not only a catalyst for that change, but also a way to reflect and maybe a way to think about something that might not have words yet, like in terms of post, like post-colonialism, post-humanism, different posts coming together and having this idea that we are in the middle of change, like big change of paradigm, and then going from that, going to the futures, thinking about all the possible futures in plural. And then after the futures, we were thinking like, what would be the next interesting theme? And last autumn, we decided that mobilities would be something that we would like to take a closer look at. And we decided that none of the artists who we invite from abroad would travel by airplane, but everyone would travel by land, by sea, or by other means than flying. So also reacting to this ecological crisis where we are right now globally. And then we also invited Antonin Prinda, who's been working with us as an artist, but also as a member of the festival team earlier, to now work with us or work with me basically as a co-curator. So Antonin's responsibility was also to look at those directions that I'm not maybe so familiar with, and then we, in dialogue, we started to shape the festival. And then came the spring that we've been a lot already discussing about. And in April, when everything started to kind of find somehow a form, we were puzzled if we can have a festival or not. And then we had different scenarios of possibilities of how to organize the festival. One was thinking that in September, everything would be back to normal. And we realized very quickly that no, it's not going to be like that. The second scenario was that international artists coming from abroad couldn't travel because of the restrictions, but we would have the artists who are based in Finland presenting live, and the international artists would need to work remote. Was that we were in total lockdown and everything would have to happen somehow remotely. So we are following the second scenario, and our international artists, of whom we also have, I see some of them online, like Marinka Limat. So they will present their work in different forms remotely. And it's been interesting because one of the reasons why we started to run the festival in 2012 was that because I've been working as an international performance artist already at that time a decade, and having experiences of like lacking the productional support as an artist, we wanted at the New Performance Turku Festival to kind of put the artist in the center of attention, and then the production team is there to help, to assist, to co-shape the ideas so that we would kind of end up with the best result. And now suddenly we are working remotely and not having the artists necessarily coming to Turku at all. So then we had to rethink the ways we work as a festival, so that we would still be able to maintain the support that feels important for us. And then the second important thing was that because we do this for the audience, how to create safe and meaningful experiences to our audiences, because there's also going to be the festival happening live. And how to mix, what is this hybrid form? What does it mean? At the moment, we are experiencing this hybrid form of you being there in Prague, people being present there, another group of people being present online, and then also a presentation happening as a pre-recorded talk, which already makes my head puzzled. That who is here, who is where, and where are we at? What is this common space that we have together here? So how to think about these hybrid forms and still be able to create meaningful festival experiences? What is the notion of presence in this current situation, when also the audience will be in different places? And maybe what does it mean to have a festival when we have to kind of sequence, or the audience will have sectors that they experience some parts of the festival, even the live part, because of the limited number of places in the performance. That maximum now is for us is 40 people in the same space at the same time, whereas in the regular year we would have 150 people in the same space at the same time. So what happens to the festival? How do we maintain this, still the feeling? So how we kind of how we solved out the question of how to work remotely is where I'm going to go next. And since, as I said, that we haven't yet done the festival, it's still upcoming. We have plans, but we have quite precise plans at the moment. So our festival performances, which happen remotely, will have forms of also hybrids of live performance and online performance. For example, a performance that happens in 2 locations at the same time, in New York and in Turku, and there are 2 live performers in the same kind of online space together, where the space is how to say that, it's kind of like put in their space is same space, so they are reacting to each other in the same kind of in the same frame. Sorry, my explanation is a bit clumsy now. And also the form where the artist, our remote artist King Kong, is in his home, and he's working together with a dancer based in Turku, and they've been working remotely, and then the performance, the dance will happen live, and the music will be pre-recorded, but then comes the moment when there's also live presence. But then is the question also, like, not maybe to do everything based on video, like video is not concepts that others realize based on the artist will. For example, we have hired a researcher of international politics, and especially on mobilities, to contextualize a performance piece by Antonin Prinda, and there's also going to be a facilitator who's facilitating this experience of the audience in the location, and engaging in dialogue between the audience, the researcher, and kind of coming into the conclusion together, where the artist is not going to be present at all. And then we have pre-recorded performances We have remote, or we have one interesting thing. I'm checking if, yes, Rapota seems to be here still, is their concept where they have given the production team a task to find 80 objects based on their list and use them as scores and interpretate that list of objects with the method that our production team selects. So the role of the production team, which has also been mentioned before, is somehow changing in these times when we fulfill or when we realize performances remotely. So it becomes a cooperation. And so then also the notion of dialogue becomes more and more important maybe than when we have the artist coming live in the place, and they can also engage in the realization of the performance themselves, and they handle the situation. Whereas now, when the work happens remotely, the agency of the production team has to be strong, that we come into the best possible end result. And I was also thinking about kind of the core questions now in this, because this is also the situation that I think we will have this for some years to come. So now we've been doing kind of first tryouts and reacting to this sudden change that we all faced, and we are still in the times of crisis where we not yet have enough distance to look at this as kind of like this new normal, as they tend to talk about. So we are still in the moment of like reactionary mode on how to continue. But then, as this will probably be at least 2 years or more to come, this situation will stay like this. This partial immobility will stay with us, and restrictions and openings and closings and new restrictions coming, and then again moments when we feel like, hey, we are kind of like going back to normal again somehow. So maybe the question for me, the main questions at the moment are how to maintain our work as performance artists and organizers in the coming years. That we might get fed up with online events, or then we get used to it, and that's part of the new normal. We bear that sometimes the physical presence is lacking, and sometimes we get the physical presence and encounters. But how do we maintain the work? And this is, as mentioned already in the previous panel, it's this kind of like this question is both political, but it's also economical, and definitely it's also environmental question. Like how do we take this change? We are in the middle of massive change that is happening. There's this like kind of, it's also the question of income of performance artists for many. If there are no work possibilities, or if there are not too many possibilities to meet with the audience, or then to go and present your work in different venues and festivals and events. And then what I've been also thinking about, what is all in all meaningful in organizing festivals? Why do we need festivals? Why do we do them? And how to create meaningful experiences for the audience in these times of uncertainties, like the Work Hard, Play Hard festival was also addressing this. Change rapidly, and we might plan the festival and then we cannot make it. We have to cancel it. So also the question for the festivals, and also the question for myself, is how do we care about the artists that we work with, and how do we care of our audience? And then the question that is larger than this is the question of how do we care, how do we take into account the ecological crisis and concerns regarding travels, use of materials, and also use of different resources and energies when we organize the festivals. Can we take this change, the moment of change, as a possibility to reshape our practices? At least what we need to think, like I think Marinka already mentioned it, is to think, rethink and rethink and think together with these times. The pandemic is kind of challenging us in that. And I was just reading from news that this year, the cause of pandemic has been that we've been globally, we reduced our consumption, or our ecological footprint got diminished only 9.3%. And we've been in this lockdown, we've been kind of like, there haven't been planes up in the air, but still only 9.3% smaller than year before. But this is also, in order to meet the climate goals, we should continue like this. It should be every year 9.3% smaller in order for us to meet the goals. And we can only witness how big changes it requires us to make. And I think we should take it and work with it. And maybe my last question would be something like, how do we reshape our practice for this new normal? And since I can only say that I have no answers to these questions yet, I'm kind of throwing them up in the air for all of us to think here. But in the end, I would like to quote a performance artist colleague. Sorry, my pronunciation is not the best, but Moon Jae-soon from South Korea. We had another seminar, online seminar, thinking about remote performance art practices, and in this seminar, he said that performance art online is like a flower without smell. So there's something lacking. We can agree that we are missing a lot when performance art happens remotely, but then I would still think that it's important to think what we could gain, because there are both sides. Like what is there that we could kind of, what is there in the form of performance art that we work with that has this kind of adaptive nature and could kind of like survive in these times of uncertainties, in this adaptiveness would be kind of flexible enough to find new ways of practice performance art, also partly remotely and hopefully partly also having live meetings with the audience. I will finish now, and I'm looking forward hopefully having a discussion with you and at least to hear the next presenter.
Okay, thank you, Lena, very much. Maybe since we have like a little bit more time, maybe we can open up the space for a few questions. I don't know if anyone from the audience or anyone from the Zoom audience would like to ask something. If yes, you can start speaking. If not, I might just have one question for you, as also like this kind of a shift towards digital environments in organization of festival has mainly like a negative tone. But I would like to ask you, like, if, for example, the new ways of communication or execution of some performances brought actually something that you would like to maybe keep for the next year, because it also opened up a space for new strategies, how to deal things. It opened up like new issues. It opened up kind of new possibilities, how to step out of the frameworks which might have been like regular patterns which you stop perceiving. So it was also like a possibility to step out of your routine. So if there is something that you would consider as like a inspirational or positive, or something that you would like to maintain maybe in the future years as well.
Absolutely, especially the kind of the possibility to set up new collaborations. Not only that us as a production team kind of fulfill or implement the work based on the idea of the artist, but also being able to, like I also saw in your performance crossings, that you were kind of that there were meetings between the local artist and then the remote artist, so that new ways of collaborate, new kind of connections can be built up when it's not possible to come there as a person. So I think that's one thing that which is also like opening doors to many directions in the future, because it can lead up to a future collaboration between these artists or between this new group. So I think that concepts travel quite well, whereas it's now difficult for us to travel in person. And also the way that for the performance artists, for them to kind of maintain their practice, that it doesn't require that, like when I started to work as a performance artist, my idea was, and my practice in the beginning was, that I was just flying around. I was going to places like early 2000, the flights kind of, it was cheap, it was easy, and I thought that I'm quite easy artwork to transport, because it's me and my back, and I can just go. Whereas it's not sustainable at all, and now we understand it, and that's the challenge that we need to react to. And then comes the question, like, how do I then maintain my practice? How do I then practice my art, where I need to select carefully if I go somewhere or not? And then there comes the possibility that remote collaborations, like I think today also witnesses how quickly we have learned to communicate online also with the strangers. So we kind of have these ways to connect with each other, even though we are not there in flesh.
Hi, Lena.
Hello, Anton.
Nice to meet you. I was hiding here. Yeah, thank you for the presentation, for the talk. And I don't know, like, I think that it was really nice, like different things you said, but for example, this quotation of this Korean artist about the flower and the smell, like, I wonder if it could lead this new situation also to projects, or maybe I would be happy to initiate projects like that are maybe more focused to some like closer group of people, or where this situation of physical meeting is actually accentuated, where this is the main point. So it's not a question, that's just a thought that like, because I see many possibilities in hybrid forms, in online forms, but I think it would be also interesting to see some like counter reactions to that, when it would be like physical, you know, like, and this is our statement, and we're avoiding online world whatsoever. And yeah, just that.
And I think also people appreciate that more, because we are kind of moving. I've been thinking this, that we are moving from the times of spectacles, of like mass consumption of performances, of events, of kind of different kind of experiences, where nothing is enough, and we are all the time feeling that we are missing out something because there's so much going on. And now this spring, there was not much going on, and I felt that I could be a bit more in peace with the situation. But then I also felt like I'm really missing these live performances. I'm missing the possibility to come to see something. And when I would go, I think I would appreciate more. I would kind of concentrate on that more. Am I cracking? Is my connection unstable? Sorry.
Yeah, we didn't hear the last, I think, two sentences.
Yeah, my connection, sorry, it's a bit unstable. So what I was saying, that I definitely would appreciate it more, because they are more rare kind of experiences, and maybe they are more for limited number of audiences. Maybe it's more intimate, and in that sense, kind of the encounter with the performance leaves bigger mark somehow.
Mm-hmm.
The flower has wider or more scent,
Yeah.
more smell.
I think there was something like that mentioned also in the very beginning by Thomas Schuler. I don't know if you were part of it already from that, because he was referring to these performances in socialist period in Czech Republic in 70s, 80s, when the performance would happen in really this closed circle of friends. And or actually, okay, maybe this was Tomáš, and then one other person said something else. So I don't claim it to him, it doesn't matter. But that maybe eventually what matters even more is not just the performance, but also that it happened and that it has some like maybe simple form of documenting, that you have like one photo, you have the story, or you have, but you know that it happened somewhere, somehow, and that it's not how to say, like it's not virtual, but with some actual meeting, maybe even with a very small number of people.
And then we are thinking about the role of the audience. How do we perceive audience in performance art? Sometimes like we have scores. I think like Work Hard, Play Hard. They've been presenting scores where it could be that the performance is to be imagined, and that can be very powerful, that you kind of create or you physically create the performance yourself based on the score of the artist. Or then you have this notion that there is a performance happening somewhere. We have this stone here that is somehow in dialogue with the performance that is happening elsewhere, but we can imagine, we can kind of be with that idea, and sometimes we don't need to witness. Sometimes it's like, I think this, how to put it? I find this challenge very inspiring also in reshaping how we perceive our audiences, but also what performance art can do.
I think you're pointing out one very interesting thing for me, like in these remote practices, when the artist is absent but the audience is present, it really shifts a lot of focus to the audience, and maybe we should also like somehow care about it then more, because also like the audience is creating some physical experience in between each other, and also some sort of temporal community. And maybe then it's kind of also a good perspective that we can learn from, that we can also like step a bit from the kind of aesthetical values of art gatherings and maybe more focused to actually interpersonal encounters and shift focus to them. So maybe this is also one thing that can be brought out of this remote practices.
Plus there is also this like expanded position of facilitator, as you also mentioned, Lena, and as we are dealing a lot in Performance Crossings Festival, so now it's the curator who is the artist in a way, because he or she is presenting the work and trying to imagine, to make people imagine the work, whilst the artist is just developing the work and giving the instructions.
I kind of remembered the reason why I got so hooked up with performance art was that I could be there. I could be there myself, present when the artwork meets the audience. So just kind of came to my mind that this has been the reason that I'm too curious. I want to be there, but I think still we have to be flexible to look at these other ways of doing and other forms. But then another idea or another thought that came to my mind regarding to this is also the question of like what happens after pandemic. Like I think I address this notion of taking care or the care, and also people are traumatized by
Can you repeat the last sentence, please?
Yes. Yeah. So the lack of care, the lack of encounters. So how do we kind of perceive the notion of care when we are moving from these traumatic times to kind of finding the connections again? And can performance art have some role in that? Like you've thought about this, that audience themselves have experiences together in the same space, and maybe even being the co-makers of the work. But then all in all, like maybe performance art as a still quite intimate art form can do something when we are recovering. Not yet, we are not yet recovering, we are still in the crisis, but maybe one day we are recovering. So maybe this is what the festivals have also role in bringing people together.
Yeah, I think that is a definitely inspiring vision and point of view. For now, I think our time is out. We would like to thank you a lot, Lena, for presenting your thoughts on your practice and on practice of your festival and of your colleagues. And we also wish luck to your edition in September. And
Antonin will experience the role of remote curator at this year's festival.
And so thank you again very much. And now I would like to pass word to Thomas Geiger, I hope I pronounce it good, from the Festival of Minimal Actions that was happening this year in Vienna in Austria, and in previous year it was happening also in San Jose and Brussels. So I pass word to you, Thomas. Welcome and thanks a lot for being here and participating on our symposium.
Hello, thank you so much for this input so far. Thank you so much for asking me to speak about the Festival of Minimal Actions. So I'm an artist based in Vienna, and in 2014, this is when I was based in Brussels. This is when I started this project, Festival of Minimal Actions. I was doing a lot of performances in public space that time, and I was very fascinated about documentation and about the question and the difficulties of documentation. And I thought, okay, we find solutions with videos or with photographies to document a work, but somehow the best way to keep a performance alive is basically to redo it, to re-perform the work. And this is somehow the basis, the basic idea for this Festival of Minimal Actions, which is more like an experimental festival. It started out of this idea, and it started out of very limited economical means. So basically I organized everything on my own, and I also performed all the works on my own. So this is another principle of this festival. I invited for the first time in 2014, I think 28 artists who also have a performative praxis, who made performances in public space before. And I asked them to share work with me, a concept with me that they already executed before in public space. So all the artists were invited officially. They gave me their concept and allowed me to re-perform this work in a new context, the city of Brussels, within a new time, the year 2014. So there were works that happened before in the 70s or in the 60s, 80s, 90s, whatever. So within 28 days, every day I re-performed one of these works within the public space of Brussels. And all of these works are very minimal works, like very basically depending on small interactions with people, sometimes very, very ephemeral. So the festival was announced very officially. Börska Burg jumped in to help me and to promote it. So we had posters, we had a booklet announcing the festivals. Observers could see also on the website which work would happen on what day, but it wasn't announced where and when. So still it was a blurry thing happening in the city, happening for the people of Brussels, and happening in the way these works happened and were intended to be performed before. So it was, for me as an artist and as a performer in this way, it was fantastic to experience all these performances basically from the inside by re-performing and going through the works by myself. And giving also a new life to this work, because a work that is executed in the 1970s, of course, has a completely new meaning if you do it today. So all these concepts have somehow an inherent potential. They have an inherent energy that you could use in a new time, that you could use in new systems. So a work that was created like during socialist time in Czech Republic, of course, has a completely new meaning. If you do it today in Vienna, it doesn't have to have necessarily another political meaning, but it could create a very new meaning. And this is something that fascinated me completely. So I went on with this Festival of Minimal Actions. I continued it with new artists the year after, in 2015, in Paris, and then in 2018 in San Jose in Costa Rica. In San Jose, I only performed works by Latin American artists. So I came there as a foreigner, as a tourist, re-performing all these works by artists from the continent. So this year, confronted with all this pandemic Corona stuff, all by a sudden this festival created a new, let's say, impact, because it's built on principles that doesn't need the presence of the artist, that doesn't need a museum, that allow to be performed without any permission in public space, but that also create community that through distance or through small works. So it has some characteristics that all of a sudden became very important. And Kunsthalle Vienna invited me to do a 4th edition of this festival under show in public space that was under the banner of Kissing. So the artists we invited to participate in this festival all did works before that are a bit connected with kissing, not only in a physical way, but also in a metaphorical way, building up a way of exchange, of touching with something other. Could be also an animal or a plant, so it doesn't have to be necessarily a real kiss. So within, I think it was 21 days, every day I performed one of these works on Reumannplatz in the 10th district of Vienna. And I'll show you like some examples. 1 second. How can I?
You have to press the share screen. It's on the tab below. It's like it's kind of green icon to share screen, or press Alt S. And then you select the screen that you want to share, and yeah, okay.
Got it.
Yeah, now we see.
So I put this under the label performing the past, creating a new presence. So this is the website of the Festival of Minimal Actions, so it appears like a very proper festival from the outside. All the artists involved are present on the festival. So there's, of course, it's saying that it's only performed by one artist, but at least the appearance indicates that all these works are based on authors that are such as important as the one person performing it. So this was one work that was going to be performed. Of course, you all know it. It's Hirschi's Kissing Through the Glass, famous piece, first performed in 2007 at Turbine Hall in London. And as the Festival of Minimal Actions happens in public space, I asked Hirschi if he would agree if we find a solution for a mobile version to re-perform this in public space. And this is how it ended up to be. I went around on the square with this piece of glass, asking passers-by to kiss me through the glass. And it was very fascinating because Hirschi is doing this performance regularly in museum spaces, and doing this in public space, of course, creates another kind of energy because people are not used to doing these things in public space. And anyhow, it was very fascinating to experience the different different response. It was a bit like a social investigation, how people reacted on this, in a good and in a bad way, so, or without justice. This is another work I reperformed. It's Eva Partum, and I found this this image, and it's not based, of course, on a performance. It's a video Eva made in 1973. Anyway, I thought it would be very interesting to take this image and to reperform it, because of course it has today another impact. We have to wear like the mouth protections, but in many countries this was also used to cut like civil rights and to cut also like liberal speech. So the mouth protection and the limitation of freedom of speech is something what is very close connected, and what is somehow present in Eva's work. So for a specific time I placed myself on the Heumann Square, recreating this image Eva had made 40 years before. This is a work by Javi González Peche. There is no existing documentation of this work, so I'm going directly to my performance. Javi is an artist from Chile, and his work is based on the principle, on the concept that you have to find a kissing couple, you have to get closer to them, and then you have to play out loud a romantic song. So basically this appears like a scene from a Hollywood movie. And Javi, as I said, he's based in Chile, and I was visiting Chile like 4 or 5 years ago. And what was very interesting for me to see were the many kissing people in public space, especially kissing like teenagers. So it's something that really belongs there in public space. And it was fascinating for me also to reperform this work in Vienna, because it was so hard to find kissing couples. So basically I didn't find any kissing couples. So at the end I asked people if they would create this Hollywoodish scene with me kissing, and I would play the music. This is a work by Donna Kukama. She made in 2008 in Nairobi. And she made this during Mau Mau, which is the celebration day of Kenya's independence, the liberation day of the British colonies. And Donna, she placed herself on this field, on this square, first coloring her lips red and then filling her entire face with this red lipstick. And Donna's work is like it's not only a public performance, it's more like a public painting or a political painting, asking this question, not yet, and nobody knows why not. So asking this question, why African countries are not yet economically at the same level than European countries, why they are still suffering. So when I asked Donna if she would share one of her works with me, she proposed this work to me. And of course, this like a huge difference. If me as a white male person is recreating this work in Vienna, what does it mean? Is it just a clownesque appropriation, or can it even add something to the story Donna has created? So I think everyone on his own has to find an answer to this. This is a work by Aneta Munachiza. I think many of you know her from Prague, and Lucia Chakova. And they started in 2009 a work which is called Memory Without History. And it's based on a very simple instruction. So basically you have to plant a growing plant next to a male monument. So slowly but slowly the plant will overgrow the monument and will create a new memorial for Lida Clementisova. And so it's of course a response to all the male monuments in public space. And this is also like an open source performance. So they inviting all people to basically to do this and to create all these flower monuments all around. And I re-performed this work with Oskar Kokoschka. And yeah, I have to pass by soon to see how the plant is doing. And this work is another one that was re-performed. It's based on Alberto Greco's Arte Vivo performance, which he did in 1962 in Buenos Aires. He was just drawing circles around passerby, declaring them as the perfect ready-made. And in 2008, Serbian artist Breda Bevan did a re-performance of this very work, actually. And she declared kissing couples as the perfect ready-made. So bringing even more love into this, even more human love into this declaration. And so I re-performed Breda's work in Vienna, and you see on the amount of circles, and at the end it was really nicely filled, that people happily accepted this invitation to kiss and to become a public monument dedicated to kissing and to exchange. And of course we did this kissing, and we had this theme of kissing because of Corona and because of the lack of human exchange we all felt. And I never had such strong experience when doing this Festival of Minimal Actions. I could feel the need of the people to socially engage and to interact, and it gave me the strong convincement what art can do, and what also art can do under very limited and precarious situations. So I think it's nice that we have Zoom, that we have the possibility to do online performances, but we should be aware that it's very important that we don't forget about the public space, and we should not forget about real encounters, even if it's only very small and very minimal encounters. And even if it's only some very small gestures in public space, it can be very big gestures, because it's about claiming public space for this kind of use. And also these images are spread through social media, so they create another kind of impact, showing, okay, something is going on and we can use this space still for artistic speech. And maybe this is also something Corona is teaching us of this situation, that we have to focus again on these spaces that are called our public spaces, because when museums and art spaces and festivals are not allowed to open or to receive public so well, we have to find another way to create these public moments. And this is one example how this can be done. So I'd be happy to open now the discussion.
Okay, Thomas, thank you very much. If somebody would like to address you with any question, feel free to unmute yourself and speak, or raise your hand, and I can moderate it a bit. But maybe I will also open up with first question. For example, if the new restrictions related to the pandemics somehow affected your concept, or because more or less you were following your concept, which you were performing 2 years ago, and then 3 years ago, and then 5 years ago, or something like this. But was it something new that kind of went into the format of your work, or was it rather an extension, or finding like a new kind of context in which suddenly you appeared? And yeah.
The big change for me was the thematic focus. So this kiss. So I mean, before I had this thematic focus on the on the context that I only performed works, for example, in San Jose by Latin American artists. But this time, like the focus on the kissing, on the exchange was very important, and this was very new. So there was a clear, let's say, curatorial concept. And also, I've chosen works that engage or that create strong images, like not so ephemeral works this time, because I also felt the need to show more or to create more these kind of images.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a bit the personal difference.
Lena, you want to ask? Yeah, okay. Lena.
Thank you, Thomas. This was super interesting and inspiring. I was thinking, like, was it that were you in as a curator? Now I treat you as a festival curator, not only the performer, but as a festival curator. Were you in dialogue with all the artists that you selected to work with? So you kind of shaped that idea also together.
Yes, of course. And I mean, this is a very interesting point, how artists respond to this invitation. Not all artists agree, but I also totally accept, because for some artists, their physical body is very important, and this is fine, or there are any other reasons. But the large majority of artists respond in a very positive way, because we all know these problems of documentation. We all know that the best way is to keep it alive. And as you said before, Lena, concepts can travel. We can't, or not at the moment, and maybe we shouldn't so much. So knowing these facts, of course, we all know that we have to find solutions, and this means also like to give up responsibility and to trust each other. And so of course I'm very thankful to the artists, because they entrust me their capital, they entrust me their knowledge, their babies, and I have to take care of them, and I have to find the very best solution to bring it back to life. And some artists are very like free, they say, just do it the way you want, and others are more into the discussion. So it's very different, and it's always fascinating to experience this.
And then did you have like conversations afterwards of how you made it?
Also,
did they give you feedback?
Depending to the artist. So regularly I write an email with the images, and I write about my experiences. So sometimes it's just oh, thank you so much. Sometimes it's more extending exchange.
And now I have a bit brutal question. I'm sorry about that, but as a festival curator, I treat you as that. Did you pay them a fee, or was there some compensation that they gave you the permission, or that they participated in your festival? Let's say that.
So far, not. So okay. The economical dimensions are not so established that this would be possible. But of course, it's would be the perfect thing.
Yeah. But anyhow, I totally understand. But there's this interesting kind of meeting with the tradition of Fluxus and event scores, and how performance turns into a score, which can be like a Fluxus score and being reperformed. Of
course, I mean, we have to. I mean, Fluxus is basically the best comparison to our current situation, because the basis on Fluxus is to build up a network, basically a worldwide network. And that time, of course, traveling was very, very expensive. So it was luxurious to travel to the States. So they build up mail art and sharing their concepts. So we're still using the knowledge and the principles Fluxus has created out of this lack of possibilities, and so it's not like finding new things. It's just like, let's see what is already there and how we can integrate it in our current situation, current life.
Absolutely. Thank you a lot, Thomas.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Thomas. I have also a question about the project. What is important for you, so to to give the audience the name of the author or not when you perform?
When I perform the work in public space, of course, it's not announced. It's just happening. Mm-hmm. So of course it's announced through social media and through the website which work is happening. But in public space, it's just happening randomly. So nobody says, okay, now we have the performance. There was this special case with Hirschi's class because I knew that media would come and they would take images. So we also put the name of Hirschi on the class. So this is transported also via channels we can't control.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, and very interesting. And thank you also, Lina, for your presentation. So.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I think we are heading towards the end of this panel and also of the Zoom part of this symposium. I would like to thank again to Thomas, to Lena, and to Work Hard, Play Hard collective for their inputs and for their ideas related to what we are all experiencing now, and proposing some outlines in which we might orientate ourselves in order to find new strategies and formats in working in the art sector. Also, I don't know if Antonin would like to say something.
Maybe.
Okay, so I will finish up this by thanking to all of you who were listening to us. I would also, because this is basically the this is the end of Performance Crossings 2020. We finished it with this last panel of the symposium. We also have a performance by Jeremy Bucket, but it's only happening in Prague in Studio Alta. And if you would like to come, Claudia, it would be super great. I would mainly like to thank to our collective, to Claudia Osičková, Antonín Brenda, but also to Veronika Kirianova for being part of the documentation process and for being like a inspirational partner in dialogue about the festival. And I would also like to thank Alex Slota for coming as one of the remote artists to Prague, just to be here with us and share some ideas about how things are happening. And also I would like to thank our financial partners, Ministry of Culture of Czech Republic and Art District Prague 7, but mainly also like our partners of the festival, which are Studio Alta, where we are now, but as well Cross Ethic and Cross Club and Holešovická Šachta, the festival venues, and also the theater department of the National Archive and Theater Institute in Prague. So thank you a lot, and let's be in touch, and see you in the next year of the festival, where we also hopefully will present some small booklet about remote practices as a possible tool to work in times where mobility is restricted. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's play some music now. Let's do that.